Hey guys, continuing our Hildibrand quest. Let's start with this guy. Hold on. Oh my god. Yeah, now she goes far east. Wasn't this the Lala that's been following us throughout the Hildibrand? Because there was a Lala in Heavensward and AR, which was hiding around and peeking at us during the Hildibrand questline. Yeah, today we'll be doing the Stormblood Hildibrand questline, and we will also do the first quest into Endwalker, because I do believe that is what you need to do in order to be prepared for the relic weapons. So yeah, let's get straight into it. Yon Lalafell has a lean and hungry look. Oh, actually not. I should probably recap tiny bit. So Heavensward VV used up all his power, but you would assume that VV would be dead, but no, it's just that he needs ether and recharged. So we did get VV as a minion, however, because of what Hildibrand said to his mom, calling her old, he got smacked to Stormblood, I guess. Very quick TLDR, anyway. Hey, Ailsin, right? An adventurer maybe? Good at killing and whatnot. Me? Oh no, I'm not good at it. I mean, other than occasional rat. But got a job for you if you are interested. So there's this Mikote girl, this incredible, beautiful, wonderful. Oh my god, are you serious? So you're the Lala who's been following us because you like Nashi in this tavern, right? Come all the way from Eorzea. Like you and me, so beautiful with this girl, so beautiful. But in this weird, strange place where people are bowing all the time and getting on the ground and tucking their legs under them, a young girl traveling by herself is in danger. Some bad people could trick her and take her and make her do, you know, things. Puff puff. It's Lala's pervert, aren't it? Anyway, get in there and keep her safe. I'll be watching. Like you always have during the ARR and Heavensward. Where are you, Noshu? You are above. I wonder if the little Lala knows Nashu personally, or whether he's just a secret admirer. I have seen this gentleman the Eorzea you seek. Yes, and I should be glad to take you to him if you like. I wouldn't trust Gyodor. He's a definite liar. You're ever so kind and helpful, mister. Talking cat. Cat. Kind of? Catfish. More like. Catfish to be precise. Though I care not for the Eorzea, I am Gyodor, a Namazu, and the services I provide are not for free. I am sorry to say, nor are they cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Oh dear, I spent my last girl on a fare to Kugane. Is there any other way I can convince you to help? Uh-oh. Hey, remember me, Gyodor? You better be up to no good. Cool, if it isn't Delia, don't tell me you came all this way just to help little old me. Ah, you see, when Inspector Hildibrand took to the skies, I said, Nashu, you'd better not let him get away this time, and immediately began looking for ways to head as far east as I could. And you can't get much further east than far east, right? I was worried I wouldn't be able to find him, but you, wouldn't you know? Yozo, the talking Numa. Holy crap, Nashu. How do you get things so wrong? Says he knows where he is. Careful, careful. This one knows our game. Escaping a wrath is going to take all of our skills. Don't make me beat you to a pulp. I say, there's no need for such menacing glares. None whatsoever. 1,000 pardons, my lady, but I had no idea you were traveling with such an esteemed company. Forget everything I said regarding the feat. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a pressing engagement. Very pressing indeed. Right, he's just gonna try and worm his way out. Wait, you haven't told me where the inspector is. Most likely because he didn't know where he was. Huh? The little gyoza was trying to swindle me? Oh, Nashu, you ought to know better than to trust a talking cat. Nashu, you are a talking cat, you silly girl. I asked lots and lots of other people if they'd seen a gentlemanly Eozin, but none of them were any help. Oh, Inspector Hildibrand, wherever could you be? Following his keen inspector's sense and searching for a case, or stuck in the ground, or in the side of a building like us. Not keep an eye out for legs. Well, every single time we've seen him, he's always stuck in the ground, so I'm gonna say the first one. Oh, we do see a sprout doing the Hildibrand. See? Yes, he does have a habit of landing headfirst, doesn't he? Hopefully we won't need Lord Godbert's help to pull him out again. Ah, if that's it, the inspector... if the inspector's always on the hunt for a case, then all we've got to do is find the biggest, juiciest one we can and wait for him to appear. Let's go and see what the trouble... let's go see what trouble we can turn up, eh? This way. This is... I believe that's the pole. Or this one. That you have to land on when you climb Kugani Tower. I did do that. Wait. Where do I go? Houston. Oh, I need to talk to 3 people on solved crimes. It so happens that a number of properties owned by wealthy merchants have been pillaged this last fortnight. Master Akebono's shop in Rakuza district was the most recent, as I recall, but you may be assured that the Seki Sugumi will track down the thief in due time. I saw a series of robbings. Which I will presume is not unusual. Generally, there's always a robbing happening, right? Oh, hey Lala. So I helped out Nashu. What will you say? You little peeping Tom. Okay, cool. Finally we get to learn this Lala that's been stalking us since ARR. And what exactly he's doing. Unless he's just a perverted admirer. Alright, you've got me, Miss Samurai, but before you do anything rash like arrest me or torture or chop me into tiny little bits with that sword of yours. I'm holding a staff, I'm a black mage. Oh, that I never touched her, I mean, I never even had the chance, I'm sorry. Well, at least you're apologizing. In the most formal way. Oh, you're that Eozin adventurer, I thought you'd look familiar. Phew. For a moment there, I thought I was done for. Those Seki Sugumi don't mess about. I'll all cut first and ask questions later, you know, Keikona. No romancing the hearts they wouldn't understand. Ah, so it's not just crimes, but big, incredible crimes you want to know about. Incidents like the likes of which send ripples through time and space, through fate and destiny. Okay. It's gonna go straight into the case. It was 5 years ago, or maybe it was last week. I'm not so good with time lately. Anyway, there I was, walking Odar's bustling streets when the sea parts my eyes. The sea parts in my eyes meet with those made in false fair, and she stole my— oh my god, are you serious? It was like, it was like two grains of sand in the desert looking at each other, and one of those grains knowing that it was destined to spend a rest of its life with the other grain, because she had this whole sultry scribe thing that made him so— keep it in the pants, boy. Keep it in the pants, boy. I don't need to hear it. Puff, puff. Ever since that day, I've watched over her from afar. Yes, you most certainly have, in ARR and Heavensward. I have seen you hiding around. A silent guardian, a humble protector. Okay. Some might think me mad or call me a coward for refusing to speak with her, but they are fools. Fools, I say. True love is not a product of clumsy banter, but careful study. I don't know about that, buddy. What you're doing is just stalking. Years and years of observation, of obsession, until you know her better than she knows herself. I don't know about that. That's just borderline creep. Yeah, even I'm creeped out. Perhaps when the time is right, I shall reveal myself to her. But until that blessed day, I shall aid her from the shadows, and you, my friend, will aid her in the light. Okay. How's it gonna help you getting her, if all you're gonna do is never show your face and never speak to her? That is not how you approach women. Let's see what Nashu has to say. But this town's crawling with all kinds of shifty folks. Up to no good. Come on, you lot, show yourselves. And Nashu's just asking for danger. Dastardly doings and purported instances of criminal behavior? This is Kugane, my dear, with no shortage of that there. Here. But since you asked, the stories on everyone's lips at the occasion these days is that of the wealthiest among us and how they are being preyed upon by some sneak thief. Oh, so we have a Robin Hood, maybe? Perhaps they should invest in better locks. Considering this is traditional Japanese architecture, aren't the walls like paper? They're not like brick or anything, they're like very easy broken through. But who am I to know? I don't know much on Japanese culture. There you are. Learn anything interesting? Yep, bunch of thieves. A creepy little bastard who followed you to Kagane says he's been stalking you for 5 years. Snitch or not to snitch? I don't think I'll snitch. I think at some point he will reveal himself, so let's ignore it. A skilled thief seems to be targeting wealthy merchants, so let's keep it on a low until something bad happens. That being said, obviously you're supposed to snitch here because anything bad happens, especially in real life, you should snitch. A series of robberies committed by a mysterious thief? Oh, that's just a thing, well done. Our next order of business should be to track down this Akebono and ask him about the latest incidents. Okay, so we are looking for the robberies. Oh damn, I am a little bit curious as to what the dialogue would have been if I would have snitched. But damn it, this isn't real life, so I should have snitched. Oh, just snitched. Just see the dialogue. He certainly looks like a well-to-do merchant. Oh my god, what is that mustache? I think that despicable rapscallion, the nerve of him to make mock of us. Yeah. With that mustache, you kind of invite. My thanks to you, Master Akebono, for all your help. I swear to you on my honor that that sneak thief shall be brought to justice forthwith. And with that, I bid you a good day. So here's Akebono. Let's go ask him about the robbery. Oh, Ashu. Lala. Forgive me, my lady. In my haste, I did not see you. Are you alright? Shall I summon a healer? Don't worry, I've taken bigger knocks to a noggin than that. Hey, aren't you one of them? Aren't you one of them samurai, are you? Shigure at your service, my lady. You have my sincerest apologies for this incident. Much as I would like to make amends for my reckless behavior, I fear duty compels me to take my leave. A nefarious criminal is at large and I must bring him to justice. Oh, that's all we need? Competition. Well, I'm sure Inspector Hildibrand and his faithful assistants won't lose to the likes of him. Oh, so he is our next straight man. The merchant must know something important for Shigure to run off like that. Let's find out what it is. Greetings and salutations, Master Akebono. My name's Nashu, Agent of Inquiries Extraordinary Inspector. This is Delia. He's got a knack for it. Can you tell us about the recent robbery? Ah, inspectors. I'd heard rumors of one such as you were come from the west. You seem an honest sort, so I will oblige your request. This very morning, one of my assistants found my establishment unlocked. And when he went inside to investigate, he discovered that my most prized possessions had been stolen. To make matters worse, in their place he found this message. You have just been robbed by the Kugane Wolf Burglar. Wolf Burglar? Surely you've heard of his recent exploits. Similar calling cards were found at the scene of other robberies. Sigh, and now I too have become a victim. A series of robberies committed by a thief with a calling card? Oh, there's no way Inspector Hildibrand's going to be able to resist the law of this case. I thought the two of you were inspectors, but it makes no difference to me who catches the criminal, and since the Seke Sugumi seem to be at loss, you'll be generously rewarded for any information that leads to the recovery of my stolen property. I wish you well in your investigation. All we've got to do now is stick with this case and we will be reunited with Inspector Hildibrand. I just know it. Call it my keen inspector's assistance sense. Anyway, I'm going to try and learn more about the other robberies. If you have anything to learn, if you learn anything interesting, come and find me. Oh? Nashu is on the case. Look out, Mr. Wolfburglar. Today's your days of wolf burgling. Okay, so it's just giving us a preview of what is going to happen. Oh, Gilgamesh. Hildibrand. Oh! Hildibrand's with the Seke Sugumi. I guess they, let him in because he is quite a strong person. Oh, what the hell is happening here? Oh, it's been too long since I've had a chance to whip out a batch of Nashu's delights. You can be sure it'll be putting these little darlings to good use next time. Sorry, what? You're gonna blow them up? Oh, bugger. Good thing I've got plenty more stashed away. Better run, Nashu. Don't stand there. Right. Bomb the little perv. Ooh, Godbert. Wonder if Godbert's gonna appear in Stormblood. Well, if it is indeed looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, have I got news for you? So I've been asking for that wolf burglar fellow, and the one that left that cheeky note naming credit. The one that left that cheeky note naming credit, you remember? And it seems he's not quite as sneaky as he thinks he is. Oh, he's robbed plenty of rich merchants blind, I'll grant you that, no doubting it was him either. Whoever fails to leave a calling card this one, be proud to leave people wondering for even a moment. The folks have laid eyes on him more than a few times. In fact, after talking to the eyewitnesses, I had the information to try and sketch the picture of the devil himself. Oh, we did see a picture, didn't we? Yeah. Not bad for a self-trained artist, wouldn't you say? Sure, Nashu, sure. I'm not gonna say anything. Not hearing a lot of support for the sketch. Right then, back to the drawing board. Metaphorical one, that is. Lest you and me seek out the question, the rich and Lest you and me seek out and question the rich and famous, the sort of folks the burglar's been targeting, and see if we can't learn something new. I'll head to Kogane Dori, and you can check out the tea house and the hostelry. Alright, let's just go left to right. Oh, the right is close. Oh, that infamous thief. I know of him. For unless he has not seen fit to trouble those of lesser means like me and my associates. Perhaps you thought me wealthy because I patronized the tea house. On the contrary, this is my sole indulgence. Were I a stronger man, I would forego it, but alas, the heart will not be denied. Man, I wish there was just a toggle option for sprint in terms of when you're in town. Too long it has been since I shared a pipe with an Asian foreigner, I believe. How fortunate you've no desire for smoke, only talk with a wolf burglar, I see. I have no personal experience on which to draw, so I doubt I can be of much assistance. What I know is known to all, but if you insist he is a lone wolf, without comrades, and despite their best efforts, the Sekisugumi has no leads. Some say this has emboldened the man, each is more brazen than the last. He has ever been witnessed practicing his trade in broad daylight, if you can believe it. Wow, really? So everyone knows who he is, but how is the Sekisugumi not able to capture him? That's the extent of my knowledge. Now, if you will not favor me with details of your own, I ask that you lead me to my pipe. It is far less demanding company. I say, the Kugane wolf burglar. Must you study your ears with that rapscallion's name as I attempt to take a moment to relax and take in fresh air? It's no use. The moment is ruined. I too fell victim to the wolf's villainy, like so many others. Oh, if you had seen the vase before he took it. If you had seen the vase before he took it, there was any justice in this world, he would be paraded through the streets and boiled alive in Tenkonto. What's a Tenkonto? Is it a barrel? Ah, here you are. Dig up any interesting tidbits? So, he's getting bolder other day, is he? Well, if there's anything I've learned from following the inspector around, is that my overconfidence is liable to get you smacked upside the head by your mom and her magic frying pan. That said, we'd have a better chance of catching this wolf if he knew who he was eyeing next. Oh, there's that guy. I think his name is Shigure. Oh, bumped into the lala, have we? 1,000 pardons, young sir. I did not mean to trample you underfoot. Are you alright? Uh-oh. They finally face to face, eh? What will you do? Just run away? Hey, aren't you the samurai I bumped into the other day? Shiggy something, was it? Oh, we meet again, my lady. I say, you must think me in the habit of trampling my fellow pedestrians. Let me assure you, nothing could be further from the truth. I was simply preoccupied with my thoughts of my investigation. That's right, you were after the wolf burglar too. Got any leads? As a matter of fact, I do, but I recently learned of a private auction in which many foreign wares are to be featured. Okay? While such auctions are not uncommon in Kugane, it has been some time since the wolf last struck. There are rumors that this auction may include particularly extraordinary items. Much as I would love to converse with you at great length, I really must be going until we meet again. Wait, Mr. Shiggy sir, can we come too? To the auction? If you like, but I very much doubt you will be able to afford any of the items being sold. Oh, don't worry about that. Delia's here got enough money to buy and sell you 1,000 times over. Oh, goddamn it. Yes, very good. Then by all means, come with me. God damn it, Nashi. What have you got me into? Right, where are we off to? This venue has been reserved for the private auction. The guests should be arriving any moment now. Oh. I remember you, Master Akebono, was it? Well, if it isn't the inspectors, I did not know you would be joining us. I presume you are come to keep watch for the wolf, but should you see anything you like, know that we have money changers on hand to assist those who wish to spend foreign currency. I must warn you, however, that we should desire the same item. I am not wont to surrender without a fight. Oh boy, am I gonna lose all my gil? Greetings and welcome to you, the preposterous and esteemed elite. No, not preposterous, prosperous an esteemed elite. This day you will be given a rare opportunity to view and purchase, if so inclined, a selection of strange and wondrous items from all across the world. Without further ado, I give you our first, a queer misshapen fiend captured in the mountainous wilds of Yansha. Oh my god. It's just one of these guys. They're all over Eorzea. He's the merchant in Limsa. I is none other than a fabled rat man. An unholy union of man and beast, a demon legend of whose flesh and consumed bestows life everlasting. I don't know about that, silver-tongued broker. Eternal life can be yours, ladies and gentlemen, so shall we start bidding at 500,000 koban? 600. 700. 800,000 koban. 800,000 koban going once, going twice. So, to Master Akebano, let us proceed to the next item up for bidding. What exactly happens to that guy? I feel like we should let him go. He's not really going to eat him, is he? Okay, I'm just going to let that happen, is it? Okay, sure. The statue you're about to see was brought to Kugani from the west, the land of Eorzea, to be precise. I'm guessing that's just a nuance for Japanese pronunciation, which I will not be trying to say. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the statue does not even begin to describe this extraordinary work of art. Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck happened to you, Hildibrand? You're definitely not a statue. So why are you standing like that? Or standing posing like that? Have you not moved for like a very long time? I give you the Eorzean gentleman, masterpiece, nay, a triumph of Western sculpture. Marvel at the intricate details the feature so expertly realized that some have likened it to a living, breathing man frozen in time. Is he hibernating again? Oh, would you look at that? The statue's the spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand Nashu. Could it have been sculpted by a fan? No, that is Hildibrand, you numpty. Oh, he twitched. Was it a trick of light, or did that statue just glitch? You mean to say you think it might actually be the Inspector? Somehow, frozen by temporal magics? Huh. Did Vivi freeze Hildibrand? I like the last minute. In that case, I've got just a thing to bring him back to the land of the moving. Oh. What do you have, Nashu? Oh. Yeah, that would wake him up. Most definitely. Stay your hand, Stay your bomb-filled hand, my lady, I beg of you, lest you slaughter these poor people and bring this marketplace to ruin. Don't think she listens to instructions. I suppose you have a point. Would it be very Inspector-like to blow innocence? Kingdom come. Oh, she actually listened. How readily she resorts to violence, this woman. I shudder to think what carnage she has left in her wake. A lot of carnage. Oh. What's up, Hildy? Aha, I knew it. That's not a statue. It's the genuine article in the flesh. Probably hit his head when he fell from the sky again. Or maybe he's gone into hibernation again or something. Yeah, what did happen to you, Hildy? This bizarre sculpture is, in truth, a man? Is such a thing even possible? Strange, I do not recall it wearing an expression of shit. Terror before. It was rather more serene, was it not? How very perspective of you. Verily, this is not ordinary statue. It is a heretofore seen hybrid of sculpture and automaton. A marvel at the way its features change fluidly and effortlessly. Yes, indeed. So, should we start debating for this one-of-a-kind statue? I have a feeling I'm gonna end up buying this goddamn Hildibrand. 600. Why do these guys even want to buy it? 800,000 koban to be paid in full here and now. Once more, Master Caponi will not be denied. Will any challenge this claim to the Eorzean gentleman? I guess I have something to say. We've got to do something, dear. If we don't, these people are going to buy the Inspector. Oh, for God's sake. How much is that anyway? In conversion. Oh, haha, there's nothing in this world I cannot buy. 1 million koban. Oh, a bomb. Okay. I guess someone's gonna steal Hildy. Maybe the wolf. What's the meaning of this? Yep, Hildy's gone. By the Kami, the Eorzean gentleman has vanished. You have just been robbed by the Kugani wolf burglar. That thrice damned Oni, he struck again. I saw him, the fiend with wolfish features. He took the statue and ran towards the short pier. Do you know what this means? Inspector Hildibrand has been stolen, kidnapped. We've got to get after that wolf burglar. For all we know, he might want to eat him like poor Kern. But we can't have that, and we can't have that. So those guys are called Kerns, are they? Kerns. Oh. Oh, you followed me, I presume. Oh, you mind to pursue the wolf burglar as well? Of course we are. He's got the Inspector Hildibrand, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let some two gill thieves eat him. Are you perchance referring to the Eorzean gentleman, that hideous statue? I dare say no one in the right mind would try to eat it, but with nonsensical fears notwithstanding, I should be honoured to work with you to catch the wolf burglar. This man here claims he saw him board a boat with the statue and head towards the ruby price. It was a sight I will soon not forget. Never before have I seen a leaping carrying a twisted mockery of a man on his back. Never again will I expect. Yep. Too bold was the fiend to say, in seeking to claim such a conspicuous prize in broad daylight. There's left a trail we can follow. Come, let us make haste to ruby price. Oh god. What is the fastest way towards this? I have to go here, don't I? Oh boy. Oops. I don't understand this map. And where the aetheryte is here and here. Put one here, not here. Oh, I can just walk towards here. Surely one of the watchmen here will have seen the wolfman and the stolen statue. Alas, I cannot say I have seen such a thing. Since the withdrawal of Guardian forces from Doma and the Reaper Sea, there have been a significant increase in domestic travel. Hold on. Since the withdrawal of Guardian forces from Doma and the Reaper Sea, there have been significant increase in domestic traffic. Accordingly, we have been instructed to wade through smaller vessels, leaving our waters absent pores. The slooping you seek probably received no more than a cursory glance. See, thank you for taking time to explain. Pray forgive me the interruption. We shall continue our search elsewhere. Question is, where else should we search? Who else has reason to keep a close watch on these waters? Oh, how silly of me. The Confederacy has every reason to know the comings and goings of even the smallest vessels in the Ruby Sea. Their very survival rests on their ability to extract payments for safe passage and the so-called Ruby Tithe. Sakazuki is where we must go. Any traveler who does not wish to be raided and relieved of their possessions must journey there first and make the necessary overtures. Searching for a matter on a boat, you say? As far as I'm concerned, the only bandits are those who refuse to pay the tithe, like that one fellow I spotted not too long ago. Why didn't I stop him, you ask? Because he was dead. I, standing motionlessly in his skiff, paying no heed to the waves of waters. A dead man drifting. It's one thing to threaten a living man with one, but what could I possibly do to stop a dead one? Nothing. It's what? So I took only one reasonable course of action. I let him be. I am not one to consult with the dead. If you are, by all means follow the man to the Eye of Beko. I will remain here and do my best to forget what I saw. Okay. So Hildibrand. Dead man in a boat bound for the Isle of Beko. That's the most stupidest thing I ever, unless... Aha, don't you see? He mistook the Aeolzin gentleman for a corpse. That boat belonged to none other than the Kugani wolf burglar. Cool, what luck. Liaison did mention that we could pay the tithe by way of bringing him a trespasser to justice, and I do believe this qualifies. The hunt is on to the Isle of Beko and that thrice damned wolf. Who the hell are you? The hell? Okay, music just stopped. Don't know why. There we go. Hark, over there, a wolf. Or at least someone who's got big ears and long fluffy tail. Aha, we've got him now. So it seems the wolf burglar was caught by the very people that were trying to catch him. Oh. Is that you, Hildibrand? Oh, god damn it, gentlemen. Army for Finn, this is no wolf burglar. This is a man of dead who yet moves. The restless spirit bound to this mortal coil by the birds of the soul. I beg your pardon, good sir, but my soul carries no such burdens. Indeed, in death I found a rather more liberation than I had in life, more purpose and more meaning, and brotherhood. Wait a minute, you're one of the gentle dead men, but why are you doing so far from Eorzea, and why are you just like a wolf? As I live and breathe, even in even further reaches, I find myself reunited with Master Zombibrand's compatriots. I too must confess some curiosity as how you came to this place, but since you asked first, I'm laughing because he will appear in the next story, won't he? He's always appearing, it seems like. As unbelievable as it may sound, we heard rumors of an island deep in the Siren Song Sea said to be home of a host of undead individuals not unlike myself. Ours being a rather lonely experience, we resolved to dispatch an emissary to the Isle, myself being the logical choice once again. Are there any undead areas in Shadowbringers? I can't really remember any. Ah, truly? Oh, that would explain why the myriad of skeletons we found were devoid of unlife, as it were. Void of life? Unlife? What the hell? Life, as it were. That said, even if they were disagreeable a lot, even if they were as disagreeable a lot as you claim, should thank you to stop killing every last undead you encounter in your travels. Anyway, having failed my mission, I was at loss for what to do next. The island was abandoned and Eorzea was ever so far away. Just then, I felt a familiar tingling in my rotting flesh. Aye, there was no denying it. I had felt the pull of our leader, Master Zombibrand. His ether called to me and I was duty bound to answer. So I followed the trail and it led me to this place. Oh, then it's no coincidence. The inspector and the burglar that stole from him must be somewhere here on this island. But sir, do you still feel Inspector Hildibrand calling to you even now? Can you lead him to us? To him? As surely as I can crack open a hapless merchant's head and feast on the goo inside, or you can say go, follow me. That is disturbing. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what's with the wolfish get-up? It's not the sort of thing a gentle dead man usually wears, though it is quite fetching, I've got to say. It warms my dead heart to hear you say so. I received it as a gift from a travelling artist. When I explained to him how difficult it was to converse with the common man, he fashioned it for me, believing it would serve to soften my otherwise terrifying features. And so it has. Has it? I don't think it has. Shigure was extremely surprised when he saw you. But after all, Master Zombibrand needs us. Nothing I have heard makes even the slightest bit of sense to me. But no matter if this misshapen undead wolfman can lead us to the thief, I shall trust him wholly. Shigure seems to be the most normal one that we've seen compared to Briarden and Seer. most normal straight man, I guess. So all the way up. Yes, Master Zombie Brand is close. We are nearly upon him. And the wolf burglar at long last. We will bring that bastard to justice. Oh, he is carrying Hildibrand. Wolf burglar, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender. Ah, so they finally caught up to me. Oh, he looks... Actually, looks exactly like my sketch. The campaign of thievery comes to an end this day. I just say this Bukafu... the Bukafu will have their man, that is to say their Lupin. Stop, damn you. Ooh, go for it, Nashi. The inspector's still not snapped out of it, which means it's time for a triple serving of Nashi's Delight, Dango style. Go for it. You should wake up from this, right? Oh. Oh, is he gonna wake up? He looks like he's able to move a slight bit. Oh, there we go. Bombs! Shut up, you stupid statue. Look at me, are those bombs? Idiot, get rid of them. Get rid of them before you kill us both. Well, you'll die. Hildibrand will. Oh. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, Lupin. Well, at least he's shielded by that shield he's got in his back. Oh. Oh, there you are. Screw the Lupin, let's go for Hildibrand. Help, yeah, not shoot anyone. I don't care about a Lupin. Also, I do know Hildibrand will be completely safe, even if you were not to save him. Don't worry about the inspector. He survived a trip back from Dalamud, so this is nothing. Let's get that wolf burger instead. Ah, oh, damn it. Don't worry, you'll survive, Hildy. Hildy! Why'd you let go? Oh, there you are. Mike, back where you belong. Told you before, Wolfburger, you have nowhere left to run. All on the other hand. If that's how it's gonna be, then Fall it is. Ah, here has a bird. Never thought it'd come to this close. Never thought I'd come this close to getting caught. Suppose it's my own fault for trying to nick a hefty prize like a statue. If the statue ain't even a statue, then there's no reason for me to stick around, is there? Better luck next time, thief pickers. The nerve of that villain. Oh, You managed to get yourself out, did you, Hildy? I say, dear, I've come to expect such a cold, calculating behavior from my dear Nashi, but not you. I did not do that. I chose you. The game forced me. Hooray, Inspector Hildibrand is back. Nothing like a brush with certain death to get you back in the game. Am I right, Inspector? What manner of sorcery is this? The Eozine gentleman in this statue stands before me speaking and gesticulating as if a living, breathing being. I trust I needn't remind you, I too am capable of such motions, despite neither living nor breathing. But more to the point, Master Hildibrand is no statue. Quite right, he's an agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Still hasn't realized where the craziness is. Good sir, by your garb I gather you are a samurai. Am I then correct in assuming you are, we are in the Far East? Oh ho ho. As I wake from a gentle slumber and find myself in a foreign land, who should I be greeted by but a Far Eastern fan? All clapping, but shikare. Oh, what is this? Already my keen investigator. Sense Chancellor alerted me to the presence of a petitioner in need. Okay. I must wait for honor and justice and a hard-boiled egg. Where are you off to, Hildy? Wait for me, Inspector. You know I can't run that fast. Master Hildibrand looks to be his old self again. Wonderful, simply wonderful. It is enough to bring a tear to this gentle dead man's eye, or it wouldn't be if it weren't, you know. Or it would be if I weren't, you know, dead. But much as I would love to join you in your adventures, I must return to my brothers. I pray you to watch over and keep our undead overlord safe. Uh-huh. I wonder if Julian is around looking after Hildy as well. So in Eorzea, a man may be an Inspector Extraordinaire as well as a zombie overlord. Surely yours is a land of many mysteries and strange customs, I dare say. I will never comprehend. While I regret that we were unable to apprehend the wolf burglar, I am glad that this chase has seen you reunited with your comrade. Come, let us follow him and see where his keen sense leads. Go, Argus. The name is Argus, right? Argus. Argus. Did I not tell you that I had caught the scent of a case? Hey, there's the cocaine. It's not the one that was going to be eaten, because he doesn't have a hat. Okay. And here it is. I give you the case of the kidnapped cocoon. Simply put, this adorable little fellow's dearest friend was adopted by a dastardly fellow in the nearby city of Kugane. We sail ships as sailors for East Alderney Trading Company, docked at the Kugane docks to unload goodly goods. When goodly merchant comes and offers tasty feast to me and my friendly friend. Oh, the Kami, did that rat man just speak? Oh my god. Cocoon, not rat man, rude man. Why does no one know? Why does no one here know cocoon? There's always demon with lucky flesh. Yeah, these guys are quick to judge, I guess, in the Far East. We go with goodly merchant all along. My many turns, left, right, left, very confusing. Then bad man grab friendly friend, put gagging mouth and bag on the head. I fight back and run, and they run too, and then I jump into water. So you escaped by swimming, but your friend got caught. It would seem that currents carried him to the shores of this island, but I have yet to ascertain the motive for why anyone would want to kidnap a hapless Kokan sailor. Because a silver-tongued merchant is trying to make money out of lying because they do not know or do not care that he's a Kokan. He passes for a right man for the Far Eastern folklore. Yep. The flesh of which some believe bestows everlasting life. An Eozin sailor with most unusual features, an incredible, albeit hideous statue of Eozin. Make that was in truth a man. I dare say we have already met our goodly merchant. Right, yep, the scammer. We must return to Kugani and confront this criminal at once. He may have abducted others from the faraway lands to sell at auction. The fiend. At the very least, we know he sold his Kokan's friendly friend. We've got to save him too. Right, you are my lady. We shall see the wicked punished and the innocent set free. Right, back to Kugani. Yes, yes, I was just about to say that. Well said, you. Yeah, it's the first time Hildibrand never got to have anything to say. Interesting. Right, let's see what the merchant has to say. There he is, just standing there. This little shit. Army striking me down. The Eozin gentleman is alive. Hearken to me, merchant. Your reckoning is at hand. For the crime of kidnapping a Kokan sailor and selling him into slavery, I hereby place you under arrest. Good. He's going to try to talk his way out of it. Huh? Should I hope I would remember doing something so reprehensible as that? But more importantly, who are you to level such accusations, much less place me under arrest? You're not of the Sekisugumi, a common Ronin, are you not? Oh god. Right. I didn't realize Shigure might just have been an inspector like Hildibrand. Oops. A common Ronin come to the countryside looking for work. Work I so generously provided when I hired you to guard my auction. An auction you failed to defend against a thief who stole my priceless piece. I say, what audacity, that self-same piece stands before you, and with the Kokan who escaped your kidnapping attempt, an incontrovertible proof of your misdeeds. I, Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry Inspector Shurler, have defeated you. The least you could do is demonstrate dignity in defeat. The truth is plain, there is no denying it. And yet, I do, Inspector Wizard. Whatever authority you may possess in Eorzea is not recognized here. Only the Sekisugumi can compel answers and arrest criminals. And with that, I bid you a good day. Oh, there's a real deal. You need not answer to them, but you will answer to me. We've had our eye on you for some time, my friend, but alas, all good things must come to an end. Yep. Karma, bitch. Wolf burglar smuggling merely delayed this inevitable. We have all the proof we need now. Do yourself a favor and come quietly. Or don't and do me a favor. Shigure. Owing to the efforts of you and yours, we can finally bring this charlatan to justice. For that you have my deepest thanks. Thank you, sir. That you would favor me with such kind words is a great honor. I can only hope this goes some way towards... However, that you failed to inform the Sekisugumi of the worst wolf burglar's crime despite being present and instead pursued the thief on his own is inexcusable. I cannot in good conscience admit you to the Sekisugumi at this time. Such reckless disregard and thirst for personal glory are traits I will not suffer in our samurai. Damn. There he is, his friend. Oh, a lot bigger. 1,000 thanks to you for saving my friendly friend. Warier and warier we will be next time. No more following goodly matches into dark alleys. Yeah. Don't follow anyone. Dark alleys. Or anyway you don't know. I owe you all an apology, like the merchant said. I am no more than a common ronin. My pursuit of the wolf burglar has been from the very beginning, independent of the Sekisugumi or any other authority. I came to Kugane to join the Sekisugumi, who was judged to be unworthy. Unable to find gainful employment as a samurai elsewhere, I struggled to make ends meet. And then when I was about to renounce my dream and return to my village, I learned of a notorious thief. A thief that targeted only the wealthy and influential. A thief that I might bring to justice and thereby earn the approval of the Sekisugumi. Are you gonna help him, Hildy? Say you no more, my good samurai. Your earnest nature and passion for the law have won me over. I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall help you scour all of creation. From the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens for Kugane Wolf Burglar, and we shall start right this instance. Oh right, yeah, the wolf hasn't been captured yet. I'm still not quite sure what to make of that man, but I suppose I should be grateful for the help. Ilya, was it? I should thank you for joining me in this endeavor. Perhaps more so than others, their help is questionable. Their help is of questionable benefit, whereas yours seems to be rather more reliable. The wolf burglar is not to be underestimated. He is a cunning, clever foe, as evidenced by the way he escaped. Sheer passion and determination will not be enough to capture him. Which is to say, while that I value the assistance of the inspector and his assistant, I believe cooler heads will prevail in the end, to wit and yours and mine. I too may be prone to fits of passion, but I should like to think it is nothing compared to that of the Eozin gentleman. They need to get rid of that you. I know it is a Japanese nuance, but I'm reading English. Ah, ad break. Are they gonna give us a play? They are. Interesting. Damn, is that an actual emote? The full string that you see there? Or is that a multiple of emotes together? Have you heard, the wolf burglar for whom we have been searching? Day and night has struck again. Word reached me but moments ago. The inspector and his assistants are a step ahead of us. If we hurry, we may arrive before they begin questioning any witnesses. You will come, will you not? Yes. Then look, let us brook no further delay and make haste for Rakusa district. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Schroeder, stand to assist any and all who seek to redress full crimes dastardly and daring. My keen inspector senses led me hither. Speak, my good man. What injustice befell you here? Inspectors? Ah, yes, the Westerners. I remember you. Well, if you are so eager to hear the tale, then I should be glad to tell it. Again? It was him, the wolf burglar, but as ever, he attempted to steal the finest sword in my collection, the Saburo Sekihiro, in broad daylight. By the Kami, you say he attempted? Oh, he failed. Interesting. And he failed, aye. Wahaha. The little fool didn't. Little did the fool know that I had recently employed a new bodyguard, a peerless samurai worth every koban. Oh, the fiend was unable to abscond with your precious blade. Truly, you are fortunate indeed, Master Akebono. Now, surely, this is not the end of it. The wolf burglar has his pride. He is not wont to forsake a prize. Master Akebono, I have no doubt that a thief will come for the blade again and again. I pray you permit me to aid your men in protecting this treasure, and that we may finally bring this villain to justice. Help us? You have spirit, I grant you that, but I have no need for additional guards. Yojimbo, oh my god, he actually has Yojimbo. Yeah, I wouldn't. He doesn't need another man if he has Yojimbo. Yojimbo alone is worth 100 men, not more. Master Akebono, I think you underestimate this foe. I think you underestimate Yojimbo. You try my patience, boy. I have made my decision. I will not suffer it to be questioned further. Find another way to earn Seku Sugumi's approval. Then, I have pressing engagement in Sanjo Hanamachi, to which I have been looking forward all week, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let this business with the wolf burglar delay me any further. Good night. I fear he has let his this turn of luck lull him into a false sense of complacency. He should be doubling the guard or tripling it. If only he would reconsider. If he will not listen to reason, then he must be made listen to reason. When in doubt, try again. If it's not the most well thought out plan, but for lack of anything better, alright. Let us follow Master Akebono to Sanjo Hanamachi and once more impress upon him the gravity of the situation. Okay. Another person doing Hildibrand, I believe. Ask all you like, but answers still no. There's a very short list of people who get to pass, and none of you are in it. I applaud your diligence, I do, but we are here to help. If you would admit us to speak to Master Akebono, we might convince him to let us stand guard over the Saburo Sekihiro. That's the sword, right? So that's your game. Tricked a daft doorman into letting you in so you can steal Master Akebono's priceless sword. How stupid do you think I am? Wait, are you Yojimbo? Not your... What? Not your Jimbo. As if he consult with the likes of you. Not a local among you. What? What's that supposed to mean? Calling us ugly? Fuck you. Really? My mother has told me I'm quite handsome. But I should... cut this guy down. I'm sure she has. Maybe if he was in the mood for a taiko mochi. Okay. Not today though. Master Kabono has made it quite clear that he would only welcome additional entertainers if they were geiko of surpassing beauty. Ah. Wish you are not so pissed off. Well, that went rather poorly. So I suppose we have no choice but to resign ourselves to this outcome. Hey, Shigure, I think not, for I have a plan. Oh no. What are you gonna do, Hildibrand? Are you gonna dress up as a girl again? And plan of surpassing beauty, if I do say so myself? Are you acquainted with any geiko chants? Well, there is an Okiya, by whose proprietress may have given me a few odd jobs, but wait. What exactly is your plan? Oh, sure, become clear in time, my good man. Lead the way to this Okiya. Okay. Don't know if I wanna see this. I don't want to see Hildibrand in a dress again. Hopefully Nashu will be the one. Maybe. My most humble greetings to you, fairest maiden. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, am given to understand that you are an acquaintance of Shigure here. I've given that hapless fool a handout or two, and now he shows up on my doorstep in company of Asian inspectors. I can only assume this means he's yet to find honest work. Throwing shade? Indeed, much to all of our chagrin, Shigure is not gainfully employed at present, but that regrettable circumstance is not what brings us to you. Nay is a... she's falling asleep. Nay is a matter of far great import, a grave injustice which must be averted at all costs. To that end, my lady, I would have you clothe my steadfast assistant in your finest kimono. Oh, it is Nashu. Thank God, I was hoping you would be, and not Hildibrand. But for but a brief time only, you may be assured it shall be returned to you post haste. Loan you a kimono just like that. I'm not sure what mischief you inspectors get up to in your line of work, but in ours, kimono is priceless. What geiko worth her salt would simply let a stranger parade around in town with about town in hers. Oh. Not for nothing, at least. If you're truly in desperate need of my assistance, then you should do so by paying, say, 70,000 eos in gil. Oh, she knows eos in gil. 70? Only 70,000? Hell's my subligars worth more than that. I'm not wearing subligar, but I do have a star bangle subligar in my glamour, actually. I have a gambling problem. Love the horse birds. Lost my last girl on Queer Rhapsody. Queer Rhapsody. More gil, please. Wait. First option was wrong. Was it? That's me trying to say that I have more gil than that. Be that as it may, there's no need to rely on your generosity. I am more than capable of paying for this expense. Actually, you paid a woman. With what, Inspector? Your coin purse is empty. What? As of when? Oh dear, this certainly is a fly in the ointment. The hell? What's that saying? Fly in the ointment. So your plan is to disguise Nashi as a gecko that she may enter into the company of Master Akebono and thereby keep watch for the wolf burglar. If I hesitate to call it one of surpassing beauty, but if it is our best option, do not even think to say it, my good man. I would never take the money of a down on his luck youth. No job or skills to speak of. Ooh. Not something you should say directly to someone. But of course, it is as ever so simple. A means by which we may achieve our end without spending a single coin. Okay. In my brief time here, I have come to understand the myriad of complexities of Hingan culture. There is a custom by which one may express the fervor of his conviction by shaving every hair from his head. Is there not? I mean, that is what... oh my god, I can't believe I forgot his name already. Thingy, the big guy, Rose Samurai, did before he departed. I don't know why I draw a blank on characters' names, but it just happens. Well, yes, I suppose you have the right of it, but you are willing to go to such lengths to secure a kimono. Alright, I do want to check his name. Right, Gosetsu. That was his name. Gosetsu. Can't believe I forgot that name. Oh, do the honors. Oh! Oh goddamn, it's Nashi. I thought it was the other guy. I thought Nashi was the one that's supposed to get a makeup. Oh. I presume Hildibrand's gonna get it. Yep, perfect. Huh? The Beauty Reborn. Okay. Oh. Sorry, buddy. My hair, my beautiful flowing locks, what have you done to me? Alright, you can wear a wig. Ha 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 ha, that is brilliant, utterly brilliant. I don't think I've laughed so hard in ages. Chin up, Shigure. I dare say she did you a favor. The Seki Sugumi might be inclined to take you more seriously now. You can have your kimono with my thanks, never mind the girl. And entertainment you're giving me is payment enough. Hey lady, you are a saint. Are you ready, Nashi? Always, Inspector. Wait here, everyone. I'm sure it won't take long for on one of these things on, right? No. Kimonos typically take a while because they are very intricate in the way that you put it on, right? It's like many layers, I think. But yeah, I'm very ignorant in Japanese culture, so let's not say. Verily, there is no greater truth than that if we trust in ourselves and the gods, they shall conspire to see us succeed. How are you doing, Shigure? Oh no, he's lost his faith. Is this the will of the kami? Alright, buddy. Hair grows quick for Asians. I believe I hear them coming. Ta-da! Oh, now she's already done. My dear Nashi, you look incredible. Wow, actually, yes you do. You do. She looks every bit the Geiko. I cannot fathom that doorman turning her away. Come, my friends, let us put Nashu's disguise to the proof. I don't know if that's a disguise. What are these guys doing? Oh. They're trying to fight, but none of them are taking punches. Alright, what say you? Say, what were you... say what you were about the rest of us, but you would have to be blind to disparage my stalwart ass. That is my lovely Geiko Nashu. A Geiko, eh? Alright, let's have a look at you. Too close, you creep. Oh ho ho, and where has this lovely lass been hiding? What's the Akebono sure to take a shine to you? Alright, Gelmater and no one else. This guard's incredibly stupid. Huzzah, it worked. Wish me luck. Are we seriously just gonna stand out here then? So, is it wise to let her go alone? Ideally, at least Celia or myself should have accompanied her, no? Oh, Shigure, did I tell you that it was a plan of surpassing beauty, did I not? Okay. Is Nashi gonna blow the place up? Surpassing beauty? What does that mean? That is... oh, Yojimbo. It is Yojimbo, okay. The sword without peer, the Saburo Sukehiro, and the Geiko without peer, Chiyume. What fortune that I may enjoy the company of the finest treasures the world has to offer. Their very presence makes the wine taste that much sweeter. I could not agree more, my lord. Alas, whereas you may lay hands upon your magnificent blade at whim, in vain I struggle to navigate the endless labyrinth that is a woman's fickle heart. That which I desire I take, as will you, when my little project is complete. Oh. You may come and have a drink with us, come. If my lords insist, I should be glad to partake. God. Those eyes. Such a beautiful girl you are, and so skilled dancer as well. You deserve only the best, and the very best you shall have, if you but give yourself body and soul to me. I fear my lord's rather admirable perseverance encroaches upon the obsessive. As I am sure I have told you 1,000 times before, I should be glad to entertain one and all with the traditional arts. Stubborn as ever, I see. No matter, in due time you will be mine, one way or another. Oh god. Both of these guys are creeps. Begging your pardons, my lords. Oh. Well, she has cat ears, so maybe she'll win. Oh, this is a welcome surprise, my lord. Did you call for another Geiko? Never mind, come, my dear, have a seat. Oh, she's just gonna eat all the food. And have fun. Salutations and greetings, my good sirs. Hold on. Don't tell me it's you, Hildy. How did you get through? The fuck? Okay. What's the meaning of this? I explicitly said I would be receiving no Takemochi, they say. Far be it from me to judge a man for his pleasures, my lord. I fear this is a bridge too far for me. Oh my god. Please no, Yojimbo. Please don't tell me you fell in love with Hildibrand. Oh my god. Are you serious? What is happening? Such beauty, such grace. Be that as it may, now is not the time. Day after tomorrow, perhaps, after I've had time to recover, but not today. Where's Takemochi? Is Takemochi a guy dressed as a woman? Is that a fetish in Japan? Huh. Interesting. Will my lord not reconsider? Pray allow me one dance to convince you. Swing those hips, Hildibrand, sure. Enough! Yojimbo, remove this fetching yet belligerent Takemochi from my sight. Lay hands upon a fair maiden, I would do no such thing. Are you defying your master's orders? The master has already paid you an unconscionable sum of money for your services. A contemptible master who consorts with lecherous dogs. I agreed to serve only the sword's protector, not as a executor of your whims. Oh, there's the wolf. Ujima was distracted by Hildibrand. There he is, the wolf burglar. How did you guys get in? How did we get in? How's everyone able to get in? What's happening? Impossible! Huh? Is Yojimbo looking at me and saying impossible? At last, the villain reveals himself. We have you now, my most wolfish of burglars. Have you gone to change? You have. Yes, it was all along. Hildibrand, master of disguise, a spectre of 1,000 faces. And of justice. You forgot the makeup, Hildy. I feel... Oh, what is happening? I feel so conflicted. So, you're not a Takemochi. Pity that. Oh my god, even Akibono. So I guess a Takemochi is a woman that looks very manly. Interesting. If it isn't the talking statue you fancy meeting you here, come to watch me steal the Saburo Sukehiro. Is he just gonna run away? Well, you know how this goes. Don't let him get away. Cult fiend. Okay. Actually, what are you doing? Please don't tell me Yojimbo got... Ah, Yojimbo got slammed as well, did he? I expected better of you, Yojimbo. Then again, the story has completely flipped his head with Gilgamesh. And seemingly is doing the same view with Yojimbo. What happened? Ah, there you are, my dear. You are unharmed. I would be heartbroken if there were even a single scratch upon my concubine to be. This guy's creepy. Oh, go girl. Wow, she's strong. My lord, would do well to take greater care when where he places his hands, should he wish to keep them. Confound it, how does he manage to escape every time? Oh, Nashi was worried about the food, so she saved the food. But rejoice, my friends, for he has failed in his thievery once more. That's not the sword, Shigure. The Saburo Sukihiro remains safe and sound. Whose sword is that? You bold imbecile. Look at what you're holding. Does that even look remotely like the Saburo Sukihiro to you? Does it? Does it? For the record, I'm not actually bold. Well, you are right now, Shigure. Begone from my sight and do not return until you found my sword. God damn it, I want to speak to Yojin, but after we went to Wood at Trouble, he still managed to steal the Saburo Sukihiro. I sacrificed my flowing looks for nothing. Yeah, I guess you did. Though I care increasingly less for Akebono, he is nevertheless a man to be reckoned with. That meager reputation I will have to be forfeit if we fail to bring the wolf burglar to justice. But we need not pursue him alone. Has he? Ujimbo has volunteered his services. Together, we may yet redeem ourselves. I think I may know where the thief is headed to. Why is Yojimbo with us? You heard him. We must recover the Saburo Sukihiro, right? Yeah, it's also because you failed. I believe the wolf burglar has fled to Yansha. Consider the dagger I took from in the chaos. Though old and worn, it has been well cared for over the years. It is more than just a tool to him, I think, and it is clearly of Roman design. I don't think that was a dagger, that was a massive blade, wasn't it? What? An amazing coincidence. The self-same details also caught mine in the eye. I dare say you have the makings of an inspector, Shigure. I shall endeavour to take that as a compliment to Yansha. Where's your doggo, Yojimbo? You have a pet dog. Oh, there he is. Little doggo. Oof. You needn't wear Daigoro's fans. He is a good boy. Yep. He listens. My word, have you ever seen anything so full of splendor? But forgive me. We must not lose sight of the matter at hand. How shall we pursue our quarry? That is a very good question, to which I currently have no answer. Okay, oh, Yojimbo's idea. I do. Woof woof. What a nice little doggy. Damn right, Nashu. Daigoro is more than a mere travelling companion. His sense of smell is unparalleled. Give over the burglar's dagger that he may track his scent. Oh, great idea, Jim. I would not have expected that nickname for Yojimbo, but it makes sense, Jim. Yes, indeed. Here, take it. Sniff, sniff, woof, woof. Alright, there he is. He's off. Oh, he has the scent already. With me, Nashu. Perhaps fate is conspiring to see us succeed after all. have this map filled out. That's funny. What ails little Baggerel? Why will he not? Why will he go no further? How is it that you remember his? Right, he remembers his name, but no, not your Jimbo's. It's like there's a nubzu about their stink befuddles his senses. Ah, the little catfish guys. Though unfortunate, we know the wolf burglar came this way. Perhaps if we search, we can find some other clues as to where his whereabouts are. Leave it to me, Shigure. There are clues to be found in these ruins. My keen inspector sense shall lead me to them. Wait for me, Inspector, wait for me. There they go again, charging off before we have a chance to discuss our plan of action. Must they always be so reckless? Yes, they are reckless. Nothing for it but to follow suit, I suppose. Why don't you search the area to the northwest, Delia? Okay. Jimbos. Following Hildibrand, I guess. Oh. Hey, buddy. You seem to be unconscious on the floor. What happened to you? I do believe that's Kyoto, right? Hick. Alive I am, hale and healthy, yes, nursing a rather vicious hangover from the sulfate of tea. Otherwise none worse for the wear. So you're not Kyoto, you just look exactly like him. 1,000 thanks to you for waking me before I was set upon by ravenous beasts or thieving bandits. Unless you wouldn't happen to be a thieving bandit, would you? You may be assured I have nothing of value whatsoever. Yes. However, I have some vague recollection of a traveller with a unusual sword across his back. I was deep in my teacups at the time, but I know what I saw. Huh? You drunken Numzu? What is his part in all this? You saw the wolf burglar? What luck? Which way did he go? Saw a bit of a blur, but so I doubt my memory will be of any use. My barbells on her hand should do the very quick trick. Barbells? What barbells? You mean your dual antennas? My adorable little friend, you need not strain yourself on our account. We too have ways of finding the fiend. Do we? Yes, my keen Nubzu sense is telling me. The wolf burglar? Went that way. I don't know if I trust this guy. Oh, completely different ways. So he's doing his senses. This guy's doing his senses. I don't know who to believe, I'll be honest with you. Which way? We may as well split up again. Yep. Yes, we are. I would help you, but hangover. Yes. Hick. Yes. Bye-bye, friends. Have fun hunting the wolf burglar. See ya. Right, so still searching, I see. I'm not seeing Oh. Plot relevant gloves. Among the irrelevant potshots, you spy a somewhat conspicuous pair of gloves. If they belong to the wolf burglar, perhaps they may prove useful. Ooh, Yojimbo snacks. Whimper? Ah. What's got you scared? Found something, have you? I do not recall him wearing gloves, but for lack of other possible leads, I dare say let Daigoro follow this fresh scent. Now that the Namazu is gone, he should have no difficulty of finding the owner. Here you go, little doggy. Woof woof. Sniff sniff. Woof woof. What news, Shim? We came as soon as we heard the barking. Now that the Namazu has departed, Daigoro is capable of pursuing our quarry once more. The stalwart comrade found gloves that may have belonged to him, so we were about to see where they led us. Woof woof. There he goes. He's got the scent. Quickly, Delia, we must not lose sight of Daigoro. Oh, there he is. And he has the sword. There he is. We mustn't let him escape this time. Hold, Ronin. You know well how quick he can be. Let us leave this pursuit to the one he cannot outrun. And who? Oh, Doggy. Oh. Oh, Daigoro, seize the Lupin. Gosh, he's a fast doggy. Aye, there are none faster. Come, we must secure the sword and the thief. Oh. Damn it. Right, Daigoro likes money. Or fetch. Well, just how much does he know exactly? Seems to have all the tricks up his sleeves. Gosh, he really likes Koban, doesn't he? Well, we all have our weaknesses, I suppose. Still, there is no denying that he's a very, very good dog. How could he possibly have, the nerve? You lot really should have thought this through. Or have you already forgotten that I've got friends in high places? One taro to me, is that the bird? Yep, it is. Oh? It's not listening to him. Okay. What is happening? Oh my god, what is happening? What is happening? Why is this happening? Yeah. I think he may have fainted. Through shock. By the Kami, what have you done to my bird? Got you. Yeah, we got him. Interesting. I thought he'd just run away. rejoice, Shigure, for I, Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry Inspector Schroeder, have reclaimed the Saburo Tsukihiro. Yes, it seems we have. Though, before we declare it with certainty, I would verify the authenticity of the blade. But, of course. I wonder. Aye, this is not fake. It is indeed a work of art. A masterpiece that could only be treasured. That could only be the treasured Saburo Tsukihiro. Ah, I just remembered. I have urgent business in Kugani, which is well, as it shall afford me the opportunity to return Saburo Tsukihiro to its rightful owner. Will you allow me to do so? You have my word, I shall surrender it to no one. Why am I suspicious of Yojimbo? Should I be? How lucky we are to have a friend like Jim. Steadfast, loyal, honorable, and a Manville man from another mother. Not you suspicious? Let us quit this place and return to Kuganai with the wolf burglar. I'm sure the Sekisugumi have a cell with his name on it. I am a little bit suspicious. I wonder if that will allow Shigure into Seki. He might have to prove himself more than this. What business have you with the Sekisugumi? Wolf burglar? The Lupin who has made a mock of me and my brothers. I, Shigure, and my comrades have successfully captured the notorious wolf burglar of Kugane and brought him here that we might surrender him into the custody of the Sekisugumi. Oh, glad we are to accept this unexpected bounty. The feat has been a source of unending consternation for us. My thanks to you all. Pray bring him inside, honored friends. What happens now? Oh? Bloody fools, the lot of you blind to the truth in your midst. Huh? Yojimbo? Is someone posing as Yojimbo? It is true then, the wolf burglar has been detained. Well done. Who must we thank for this auspicious turn of events? I, Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry Inspector Schroeder, did bring the wolf burglar to heel with my customary style and aplomb. I think about has. No. Hildibrand has help. And Nashu. I was wondering if they actually did help or not, but they have. Very, very good. And the Saburo Tsukihiro, where is it? Yeah. Oh, Nashu's falling asleep again. You mean you don't have it? I thought that Yojimbo had returned it to you. Yojimbo? That disrespectful disgrace of a samurai? Nay, I have never seen neither hide nor hair of him. I can only presume that Jim is currently enjoying a plate of dango at the Umeniki Tea House before paying Master Akibano a visit. Or perhaps he absconded with the Saburo Sukehiro. This is all joke to you people, isn't it? He's angry now. Of all the stupid, inexplicable, utterly unjustifiable. For what reason could you have possibly, even for a moment, considered it was wise to let a single man, and not just any man either, a man I expelled from my service? Mark me, Ronin, if you fail to deliver that sword, I shall make it the focus of my remaining years that your dreams go unfulfilled. I feel like we should rid this guy of the planet. Huh. You certainly can't have that. Which reminds me, Shigure. Once you told me it was your dream to serve alongside us. Is that still the case? Yes it is, sir. Good, because in light of your recent accomplishment, I would like nothing more than to induct you into the Sekisugumi. What say you? Interesting. As easy as that, I guess. It would be an honor, sir. There are, of course, some few procedures and discussions with my superiors that must come first, but we may attend to them now if your comrades do not mind waiting. Not at all. We will await your triumphant return, Shigure. Will he be able to be inducted into... Yeah, it does seem like it. My friends, it is finished. Is Shigure reborn? Well, it would not dare put me in such grandiose terms, but indeed, I feel as though I am a changed man. And it is you three who have changed me for the better. 1,000 thanks to you, Delia, Inspector Hildibrand, and Nashu. Though I have only just become a Sekisugumi, I have already been given my first assignment. I am to pursue the renegade Yojimbo and recover the Saburo Tsukehiro. Alas, a new recruit, I have been afforded no additional men or resources to accomplish that task. If I am to succeed, I will need all the help I can get. Say no more, Shigure. I shall be glad to give it. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby re-swear to help you scout all of creation from the deepest pits of the Seven Hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens. For Jim and the Saburo Sukehiro. And Nashu, and me. And so our hunt begins again. For Yojimbo. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait for me. Part of me still struggles to believe it, Delia. The wolf burglar captured, and myself become a Sekisugumi. Again, I cannot thank you enough for all you have done for me. What an odd, circuitous path it has led us to this point. To be honest, the most vexing complication was the loss of my hair. Though Nashu assures me she is already in the process of procuring a potent tonic to remedy that. Oh. I don't know about that tonic, Shigure. Once more, we find ourselves waiting for the fate of our for fate to spur our story forward. Until we have a lead on Saburo Sukihiro, we can but enjoy our respite. Ooh. Ad break. In-game ad break. In the black heart beneath. Wait, what? Is that what it said? It's the same pose. Wait, this is just 2 episodes. This is 5 episodes always, right? Oh god. Seems like the Stormblood one might be quite a while. Alas, Shigure seems to be utterly devoid of hair and hope. Oh, it does look like he gets the tonic. You look well, Delia. I pray for your adventures have not been too taxing. As for myself, the search for Saburo Sukihiro as well as Yojimbo continues, with that I could claim even a measure of process. Ah, Shigure, there you are. You thought perhaps to find you inside, my bold man. I see you are here, and in the company of my stalwart assistant. Bold? You of all people should. Yeah, it was their fault that he turned bold. Having failed to seize upon new information of value or even passing relevance, we were in the midst of reconsidering our investigative strategy. But tell me, have you word of Jim and our missing sword? Jim? Who? Oh yes, Yojimbo. No. I was just telling Delia I have made no progress since we last spoke. You seem distressed, Shigure. If you yet pine for your lost looks, then pine no longer, for we have brought you the hair tonic for preternatural effectiveness. Really? Well, that is actually a very considerate gesture. Thank you. Right, I guess he's gonna use it. Why not try it now? Aye, the sooner the better, perhaps. Oh, what's he still doing here? I would have presumed he went back. I say, to meet with Master Hildibrand and his bosom companions again. Truly, the kami have been kind to me. It's always a pleasure to see a man of the old horde, but were you not bound for Ozia? Why are you yet in the Far East? Exactly. Indeed, I had thought to return home and rejoin my brothers, and to that end I did call upon a local fisherman to secure passage. It was from him that I heard a tale most fascinating which compelled me to stay. Oh, a new place. Ifuna Yuri, a far eastern variety of undead, had been seen wandering an isle shore. As my previous attempts to recruit fellow zombies had met with failure, I thought, why not broaden my criteria and appeal to this ghost in the spirit of camaraderie? Alas, it is a most elusive quarry, rather shy it would seem. I sought to learn more of Ifuna Yuri by questioning the people of the city, but have been unsuccessful this far. I see. I realize this is sudden, but in your inquiries, did you hear mention of Jim? Jim? I fear I've heard naught of that particular Far Eastern spirit. Though, to be honest, not all have been willing to entertain my company, perhaps due to my undead nature. It pains me to hear that in this world there remain people prejudiced against the living impaired. You seek this gym, Master Zombiebrand? If so, I should be glad to help. Ah, interesting. Grateful as we would be, it would be wise to change your attire. The people's reluctance to speak with you may be due to your passing resemblance to a certain wolfish figure who until recently terrorized the city. Oh, how careless of me. To change into something less conspicuous at once. Then it is settled. When at first you don't succeed, make inquiries again. Let us split up and speak with the men and women of Kugane. Okay, better recon what? To see if we can get information on Yojimbo. Right, just 2 spots. Yojimbo, you say? The name does ring a bell. Ah, yes, now I recall. The Lupin fellow was asking after him as well. Oh, that was some time ago. He's since been detained by the Sekisugumi. The Lupin, not Yojimbo. That is. Oh, so the Lupin knows Yojimbo. It's also how he knew to throw the Koban into a distance so that Daigoro would chase it. Okay, so he does know the true colors of Yojimbo. Now, not that I can imagine why he's not criminal. Why? When I told him of how my mother had taken ill, he gave me the Koban to purchase her medicine without my asking or anything. Exactly. Right. From what I remember from Yojimbo, he's always someone that is honorable. This Yojimbo, you got turned on by Hildibrand, and his dog chased the Koban, and also his failure to protect the sword really made me doubt whether this was the actual Yojimbo. With her saying these things, it makes me wonder if that is actually a true Yojimbo, or if that is someone just simply posing to say he's done terrible things, but a man like that? No, I refuse to believe it. If there's any justice in the world, he will be set free. Oh, the Lupin. Oh, goddamn, she's talking about the Lupin. The Lupin, not Yojimbo. Oh, so Lupin's a good guy. Okay, backtrack on everything I said about Yojimbo. So about the Lupin, I guess we're gonna release the Lupin, and maybe he'll tell us more about Yojimbo. Let me guess you are searching for a man named Yojimbo. The Sekisugumi questioned me about him not long ago. Very desperate to find him, they were. I doubt they will receive much help from the populace at the present, though. Why, you ask? Surely you've heard. The Kugane wolf burglar has been arrested. Despite what the wealthy elite would have to believe, he is no demon deserving of the harshest sentence. If anything, he is a hero to the downtrodden, and shared his woes with the least among us. If you ask me, the Sekisugumi ought to take a closer look at the merchants he targeted. Akebono, in particular, has been the center of many dark rumors. Don't like Akebono. Anyway, in light of the wolf burglar's detainment, many are less willing to aid the Sekisugumi in their activities. And unfortunately, if they suspect you be working with him, you too may find your overtures rebuffed. They won't catch me. I'm too strong. Oh, you're also pursuing that Yojimbo fellow. The Sekisugumi were asking after him the other day. I tell you what, I told them I've never heard of the man. Huh. Just between you and me, even if I did know something, I don't know if I would want to tell them. You know the Kugane wolf burglar, the one locked away? Rumor has it they intended to inflict upon him terrible punishments for his so-called crimes. Madness, I tell you. Madness. Every single one of the burglar's victims were among the most notorious scoundrels of the city, greedy merchants with no scruples whatsoever. What's more, everything he stole he gave to the poor and needy, and yet they decry him as a villain. Fools. Ah. I mean, at the very beginning, I was wondering if the thief was a Robin Hood. It does seem like he is a Robin Hood. But I wonder what the backstory of Yojimbo is. It seems like no one knows who Yojimbo is. Very weird. Oh, changed back into his original outfit. I see. What have you learned, Delia? Ah, I had no idea the plan of the wolf burglar weighed upon the minds of so many. What exactly did they say? A hero to the poor and downtrodden, a criminal who simply gave away his hard-won spoils. This is all quite unexpected. How is it unexpected if you were trying to catch him for so long? I mean, you should have come across people who spoke about it, Lupin. But whatever aspersions they may cast upon his victims, the law is the law. Even disreputable merchants are deserving of fair and equitable treatment. Are they? Are they? Are they? Should they? To ignore their plight is to let the mob decide their fate. I said to hear some may withhold information in process is cause for concern. As a man of the Seke Sugumi, I cannot help but feel conflicted. If I may, Shigure, it might be best to dress in less conspicuous clothing, at least for the time being. Damn right. I hate to say it, but that is a sensible suggestion. Surprisingly, so perhaps I should make use of my old kimono. Yet even if I were to do so, my face was already known. It would mark me as a Seke Sugumi and perhaps even resent my attempts to deceive him. Oh, is this where the tonic comes in? You grow your hair? I've got an idea. Why not ask the wolf burglar if he's so popular with people? He knows what secrets they've told him. Ask the wolf burglar? If he and both Yojimbo had designs on a Soboro Sekihiro, then it's possible they might know one another. I'm pretty sure they do. Hold on, Nashu. I was at mere moments from reaching the self-same conclusion. Bye, Hildy. Bye. It's settled then. Let us go and question the prisoner without further delay. I wonder what his punishment is. Is it just imprisonment, or is it death? Greetings and well met, comrade, if I might have a moment of your time. That we might ascertain the whereabouts of a fugitive Yojimbo, we wish to speak with the Kugani wolf burglar. Will you permit us to enter? Certainly, Shigure, if it will aid in your investigation, follow me. Okay, why are we allowed? I understand Shigure, but why is the rest of us allowed here? There he is. I trust you are enjoying our hospitality. I come bearing questions. Questions, eh? For little me, you say? Following your arrest, the Ronin Yojimbo absconded with the Soboro Sekihiro he stole from Master Akebono. He remains at large. We have reason to believe that the sword was his objective all along. Given that it was yours as well, I thought you might know something of the man and his motive. Hold on. I remember in the very beginning, they were giving a tiny trailer for what was going to happen in Stormblood. And I saw Gilgamesh. Is that Gilgamesh posing as Yojimbo? Everyone knows that sword's worth a bloody fortune and then some. But finding a buyer for our masterpiece is the same as the Soboro Sukihiro, especially after word of his theft has spread far and wide. Well, good luck with that, says I. Yeah, kind of a dead man if you're found with the sword. Why, they'd surely have to avail themselves of the services of a certain disreputable folks with whom I happen to be intimately acquainted. I'd be happy to introduce you lot as soon as you set me free. What? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. And we've got nothing more to discuss. Best be on your way. Now, Shigure. Let us not be too quick to judge. If only the goodly men and women of Kugane are willing to trust in his good intention, then perhaps we should as well. An awful lot of people are willing to vouch for this character. If what they say is true, then it would be wrong to see him hanged. Oh, so he is sentenced to death. I will propose, my superiors, that you be temporarily released in our custody for the purposes of our investigation. Should you abide by the terms of our arrangement, you may receive leniency. What say you? Let's say you got yourself a deal, Bodhi. Will they even consider my proposal, though? The deliberations alone may prove time-consuming, and if they refuse... Remind me, Nashi, do you have that hair tonic on you? I sure do, Inspector. Okay. Don't know if this is the correct time for this. It looks like Hildy has a plan. Now's a good time as ever to try it, don't you think? Is it? Is it a good time? Yeah? In the jail? Well, far be it from me to refuse. Remember to use the whole bottle, my good man. Pour it over your head until not a single drop remains. He's got the sunglasses ready. She's got the sunglasses ready. It seems rather wasteful, but if you insist. I feel strange. Like my scalp is... Oh, by the kami. Oh my god, he's here. Shigure, are you alright? I heard you shouting. I'm a little bit worried about what's gonna happen. Because the guy who had hair tonic before, his hair disappeared after. Oh, this is the way they're going to get him out. Okay, that was Hildy's plan. Turn and flex him. Oh, why are you turning... Oh. I see. Perfection, rejoice, my goodly burglar, as I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry inspector, should have liberated you from your unjust imprisonment. Okay, sure. Oh, see here, Inspector. Don't worry, we got this. Oh, your hair grew back. You're blonde. Huh? What happened? Has the prisoner escaped? He's gonna tell he's fooled. He's probably fooled, isn't he? Still in his cell, I see. What in the world was that blinding light? 1,000 pardons, one of my associates was carrying a small explosives, one of which detonated unexpectedly. I, of course, bade her to take the others outside immediately for safety's sake. I believe that explains that. Yes? Yes? Right then, if you'll excuse me. Goodbye. Hmm? Ah, yes, of course. Very good. Wait, when did she grow his hair? How we managed to escape undetected, I have no idea. I can pray that our ruse will remain intact. Wolf burglar led the others into the waterways, but we should follow. Oh, interesting. Wait. Sorry, what? I know. Can. Ooh, I've never been here before. I've been down here before. If so, you might have met my friends already. A contemptible lot, all Kugane's cast off. Anyone's heard a peep from your quarry, it'd be them. Come on. Don't be shy. Ooh. Oh, you're looking well for a rat bastard. He's wolfed in all right, ha! Huh? What do we owe the pleasure, and more importantly, how do you slip free of the Sikazugumi's noose? With my dashing good looks and my silver tongue, hells. But never you mind that, I need information, Koju. Oh boy, isn't that a kid's face? On an adult's body. You now, or is the Sekisugumi at your shoulder the one asking questions? No need to give the lad a hard time, he did right by me, and I mean to return the favour. Yeah, considering he's out. Eh? You mean you're helping him? Have you gone mad? Heh. Well, even if I have, it's nothing. You and yours need to worry your pretty little heads over. Give us a hand and we'll get out of your hair, Wolf's honor. They're not a bad bunch really. Most tried to make it a living on the straight and narrow. Some even had mind to join the Sekisugumi Anarchy, but were found wanting for this reason or that. When honest work's no longer an option, it leaves the other sort. The dangerous and disreputable. Dirty, someone's got to do it, and so these industrious souls pick up the slack. Maybe they're not the cream you'd prefer to hobnob with, but while you're in their company, I'd ask that you comport yourself with a modicum of civility. I should like to believe I've just done that, but forgive me if I've given you any reason to think otherwise. See? Fast friends, Viola? Right then. We're after a bloke that goes by the moniker of Yojimbo. Heard of the man? Yojimbo? No, I can't say it rings a bell. How does no one know Yojimbo? So weird. Oi, any of you know the fellow by the name of Yojimbo? It's a nice sword there. Oh, there you have it. It might be different if he had a bounty on his head. What did he do anyway? Piss in the Bugio? Ice porridge? Ah, Bonnie stole the Saburo Sukihiro, he did. Look at me, that's beauty. Wonder why though? Finding a buy even through the black market would be a challenge and a half. And if he even put out the word he was looking, we'd have heard it by now. Ah, come all this way and leave with nothing. Yeah, let's not call it just a day. Call it a day just yet. Assuming this Yojimbo didn't steal the sword for challenge, there's only two reasons to take it. To sell it or to keep it, and if it's not about money, then I doubt this is his first prize or his last. Well, Gilgamesh is looking for swords. I wonder if Yojimbo took it to sell to Gilgamesh. Hark, my keen inspector sense whispers and speaks of a thieving collector of swords. Yes, it can be no mistake. Aye, what he said, I suppose. If he's a collector, then the only best will do, which means his next target might be, oh, I don't know, that Ame no Murokuma. Wait, that Ame no Murokuma? But I thought that was nothing more than a fairy tale. You mean to say the fabled sword of Eld actually exists? Still the wrong one. You what? I have so many questions, but first, where did this all happen? Why is she squatting? Housed within the cauldron of the Red's treasure vault, eh? If that's the case, then it seems to me you ought to continue your search in the Ruby Sea, no? It might well be the best place for us to look. In that case, let us brook no further delay and head to the Ruby Sea at once. As always, Hildibrand tries to get the last say. Right, back to the Ruby Sea. You think that Ame no Murakumo is not only real, but that it was brought to bear against you and yours by a kami of unfathomable strength. In any event, we now know where we might search the Ruby Sea. Before I may leave, however, there's a matter of great import to which I must attend, okay? Or perhaps great import is something of an overstatement. I speak of the inspector's earlier advice concerning my garments. Okay, go give it away. I'll meet you at Ruby Price after I change. Pray go on ahead, blah blah blah. All set for another trip into the glittering westward expanse. I know I am. Let us hop aboard the next ferry to the Ruby Price and wait for Shigure here as he requests come along. God damn it. Oh, I'm underwater. Where is the hole? I'm curious. Yojimbo and Gilgamesh. Oh, Shigure, over here, over here. What is up with that get up? changed your hairstyles. By the Kami, I thought you were someone else at first. Well, since it was suggested that I should wear something other than the garments of Sekizugumi for a time, I paid visit to Kogane Dori and purchased something completely unlike my usual attire. Quite a change, but very much for the better if I do say so myself. I didn't realize you could be so fashionable. Fashionable? Please, not you give me too much credit. I'll say that get up with those Zori, I don't see that becoming a trend. Not that it matters, we didn't come here to mess about, eh? We've got a collector to catch. Assuming he's after the Ame no Murakumo, then we've got to get to the Isle of Zeki. Any ideas? By air or underwater passage, eh? A bit more tricky than I thought. Without the blessing of the Hojing, it seems that the latter seems almost impossible. What about that bird of yours, Montaro, was it? After what the inspector did to him, huh. We're keeping a wide berth, I reckon, assuming he's even fit to fly. It was a somewhat traumatic experience for all involved, aye. Forgive my bluntness, my wolfish compatriot, but it occurs to me that we have yet to hear your motives for attempting to steal the Saburo Sukehiro from Master Akebono. Did not Koju say that selling such a blade would be extraordinarily difficult? Extraordinarily difficult. It's not silly to date back what was stolen. That black heart bastard Akebono prized it from the hands of his rightful owner. Oh, he stole it. He was a humble samurai who lived a humble life devoid of most luxuries. A righteous man who'd never turn his back on those in need. Certainly not a young Lupin boy who'd fled Doma during the occupation. The two lived as father and son with few comforts to save each other's company. Huh. Certainly not a young Lupin boy who fled Doma during the occupation. Presume that's you? Interesting. And then one day, a merchant came calling, asking for the samurai sword, asking him to part with his one prized possession. That sword is a samurai's soul, and he'd sooner die than to sell it even for a fortune. As a merchant, he's not the sort to go quietly in the night. He changes tack and worms his way into the samurai's affairs. Small sums at first, but then bigger and bigger. Or he knows it, the samurai owes the merchant a veritable amount of coin, and so he pledges his blade as collateral. Samurai worked day and night to reclaim his honor, but while strong in spirit, he was weak in body. He was sick and soon after passed away, leaving his looping charge alone in this unjust world. All this time, you were only... He left Kugani for a time and returned years later from Yansha, having learned the ways of Shinobi that he might honor his adoptive father by helping others as he had helped him as a child. A chivalrous guise for a personal vendetta, perhaps. More than anything, he yearned to reclaim the samurai sword, the last surviving memento of their time together, that he might wear it with pride. All this time, Master Akebono was your main objective when you broke into a shop in Rakuza district. You were searching for the Saburo Seki hero. Yeah, you kept a close eye on him, even as you continued to target other disreputable merchants, that you might drive him to take additional measures to protect the sword, knowing that in doing so, he would eventually reveal its location. Okay. Then it is settled. Saburo Sukehiro must be returned to his rightful owner. That being said, who are we to say that he's not lying? Then again, a lot of people like the Lupin, so maybe he's not. Hey, if it's so hard to people reach the Isle of Zeki, how is your Jimbo planning to get there? That I do not know. Regardless, if he was headed there, someone must have noted his passing. It is giving me hints that it is Gilgamesh. Because he does have it in Kidu, right? I mean, right now it's just checking, but in sort of buy him? Question mark? I say you question the pirates of Sakazuki and see if we have observed the traveler resembling Yojimbo of late. We are of the same mind, Shigure, to Sakazuki post haste. Oh, I remember you. Looking for more dead men? A real thin samurai with a wide-brimmed hat and oversized getter. Getter? A traveler like that would not escape my notice, which is to say, I'm confident I haven't seen him. Sorry to disappoint. What's after all, my friend, thank you for taking us time to speak to us. As I said before, my good woman, when at first you don't succeed, make inquiries again, that's the way. Oh god. I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of unneeded dialogue. What was that? Like a samurai with a large hat? As it happens, I spoke with a traveler that had a dog with him too. Ooh. So he has seen. Sure enough, he had a mind to set out to set to the eye of Zaki. You couldn't imagine why. That red with what the red being as unwelcoming as they are, and there being no place to talk about, I told him as much, but he shrugged it off and went on his merry way. Come to think of it, did I see that dog of his? Not long ago on the beach below, wondering about I hope he didn't abandon him. Huh. You have been tremendously helpful, 1,000 thanks to you. Surely the canine in question is Daigoro. Must gather the others and search for Jim's beloved companion at once. I have a feeling someone's been posing as Yojimbo. I wonder. Daigoro. Hey, Daigoro. Oh, he is here. What the fuck? I think I see him over there. Huh, maybe he doesn't like us anymore. No, you've just got to give the pup the right incentive is all. Incentive? There you go, money. Next money. Certainly it can't be that simple. See for yourself. Woof woof. Why does he like money so much? Sniff sniff, woof woof. It's not like he eats it, is it? Because that's all it takes to win him over, eh? A single coin, greedy little thing. Hush, Shigure. Daigoro is a good god. Good dog. And now he will lead us to his master. Woof woof. No way. Is he seriously doing it for one koban? Wow, he really is. This is quite a fix indeed. Hey, Yojimbo. That was the lines of what I heard, didn't it? Wasn't it? Hi, girl, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to wait for me. Hildy? Jim, my good man, I mean you rapscallion. You've nowhere to run. Cease your shenanigans and relinquish the Saburo Sukehiro at once. I will do no such things. Ever since I was bested by a certain laconic warrior, I yearned for an opportunity to redeem myself, and so I set about searching for stronger swords. With which I might bring my everything to bear. Oh. Were you bested by Gilgamesh? Interesting. Mark me that Ame no Murakumo will be mine, for it is the key to my victory. And if you dare to bar my path, I will show you no mercy. Stay your hand, my friend, though I know you only mean well. Securing the sword is a grave responsibility which falls to... I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, will resolve this conflict and reclaim the sword. I don't think any of you will be able to beat Yojimbo in a fight. Prepare to be amazed by the Saburo Sukehiro is delivered into my waiting arms. Alright, go ahead, Hildy. Daigoro, oh Daigoro, come here and let Hildy give you a great big belly rub. Oh god. Daigoro, you would do no such thing. Oh? Yeah, he does speak wealth, doesn't he? What? Betrayed? Yeah, Hildibrand is rich. Well, at least his parents are. The Spectre does come from a wealthy family, so maybe he smells of money. Until you surrender Saburo Sukehiro, I will give Daigoro the most furious of belly rubs, thereby depriving you of pleasure. Such is my ultimatum. Daigoro! Daigoro! Return to me this instant. Oh, fire on it, you win, the sword is yours. That easy, eh? Oh? What's gonna happen? Well done. Oh, Kami, I can't believe that actually worked. Inspector Hildibrand's powers of negotiation are most impressive. Ooh. Uh-oh. Mommy! Oh. Goodbye, my friend. May you rest in peace. Did he dig you underground? He did. Wait, where's the Saburo Sukehiro? Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, Lupin has it now? Right where it belongs. You fiend, return it at once. That's far enough, all of you. Oh. Uh-oh. Look at me, where did they come from? Ah, this isn't over. Shiguri, what is this? What is this I hear about you setting free a notorious fugitive? Explain yourself at once. Well, you see, Inspector Hildibrand and I, in order to track down Yojimbo and the Saburo Sukehiro, we needed to enlist the assistance of the wolf burglar. To that end, we removed him from the jail temporarily, of course. We have every intention of returning him to his last to sell. Uh-huh. And how do you intend to do so when your prisoner has taken flight? Oh, Shigure, I charge you with aiding and abetting a criminal in their escape. Be reasonable. You know full well that everything Shigure did was to achieve a greater good, to uphold the law of the land. We will return with the Saborosuke hero and the wolf burglar, I swear to you. Your actions in service to the Sekisugumi are not unknown to me. Nevertheless, Shigure must be held to account for this. Right, so these guys do know who I am. To make exception at your request would only compound the offense. No man is above the law, not even our own. Fuck you, I say. I saved the Far East, so how am I not above the law? What miscarriage of justice to see our Shigure spirited away like a common criminal in complete disregard for the extenuating circumstances. It falls to us to find a way to right this wrong, but this is no place to devise a plan to garner, my friends. Right, so sorry. What just happened was we released the guy from prison, go get the sword. Now he has the sword, and now we're back to square one. What is this pain? What is this pain? Oh, my good woman, I hardly know where to begin. Ever since our return, I've been racking my brain, trying to conceive of a means which we might be free of Shigure from his predicament. But to no avail. By absconding with the sword, the burglar has done us our favors, and yet I do not think his tale of the samurai and Bono was a lie. My keen inspective sense tells me that the many threads of this tale are converging upon a single point, not far from now, in which all truths shall be laid bare. Cool, that's what I like to hear, and I agree. I don't think the wolf burglar is bad at all. Once the Sekisugumi realize that, they are sure to let Shigure off the hook, don't you? I most certainly do, Nashu. Furthermore, I say that to hasten this most desirous of resolutions, I must begin investigating Master Akebono at once. Hold the fort while I am gone, my stalwart assistant. Yes, sir, Inspector. I don't know what he's about. I don't know what he's about, but I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Okay, Akebono seems to have overheard us. I suppose the day was bound to come. No matter, soon there will be nothing in this world beyond my grasp. I don't know why it took you so long to realize, but moustache is like Dr. Eggman from Sonic. Hmm. Next episode. The past is never past. Is this the third episode now? Can't quite remember which one we are on. Oh boy. I'll be honest with you. Going through the quests, having to read the dialogue, every single piece of it. There's quite a lot of really dragged out moments. It might be because I've gone through the ARR and Heaven's Ward before this. So my patience is probably a lot less than before if I would have started this fresh. But there's a hell of a lot of stuff that is just extremely dragged out. But yeah. Probably shouldn't criticize the writing midway. Should leave you at the end. Oh, but where in the world could he be? Oh, it's you. I don't suppose you bumped into Inspector Hildibrand roaming about, have you? Making his inquiries? Oh, ever since Shigure got detained by the Sekizugumi, the inspector's been busy looking into the affairs of Ikebane, to no avail. Never fear, my faithful assistants, I have returned. Your unwavering loyalty to the pursuit of honor and justice and a hard-boiled egg is to be commended, my good woman. I might go as far to say that in all my years as an inspector, I've known no fan more passionate than you. What am I, a fan or a assistant? I can't be both. Well, actually I can, but preferably just pick one. But speaking of fans, during the course of my investigation into the darker rumors concerning Master Ikebane, I received a mysterious missive. I can but presume was penned by one of my many admirers. Gosh, Inspector Hildibrand, even in the Far East you've got yourself a following. Can I see it? Certainly, Nashu. That's interesting. It's definitely not a written message by Hingen, but they don't seem to be too good with their Eorzean letters. Okay, yeah, something of light to you who seeks the strongest of swords, Soulbrand Tsukihiro, know that I've laid claim to this most priceless treasure. Okay, so it's probably... no. I don't know. Don't know who'd write that. If you would make it yours, meet me upon Kugane Ohashi for a jewel to end all jewels. Sincerely, you know who. Right, I know he's writing to Gilgamesh. But who is the Lupin facing Gilgamesh? What's happening? Something of light, you say. Why? He must be referring to none other than my humble self, the one and only gentleman of light. I said I was rather resolve this dispute without resorting to jewels and the like. Wait here, my friends, while I go and attempt to reason with this misguided ruffian. I'm pretty sure they wrote warrior, not gentleman. Which probably means they're talking about dealer. What do you think, Inspector? Huh. Yeah. He's on Nashu, Inspector Hildibrand. Well, I guess we should follow him. What do you mean he up and ran off? He's still standing here. You should hurry and try and catch him before he does something silly. There he is. Oh. Got put into the ground. By the guy that I was supposed to face. Is that you, Delia? As I can see, I seem to have found myself in a pickle. And by pickle, I mean the ground. Kugane or Hashi lies beyond escape, but before I could pass through, I found myself suddenly accosted, then inverted, then embedded, thusly by the dear but misguided Jim. Oh. The jewel, I regrettably leave up to you. Oh, is it going to be trial? Wow, cool. Hey, cool. We'll have to do it unrestricted because I don't believe anyone's doing this, and it will take a while. So, hold on, I do want to do it as a tank. Let's see what the music is. Let's see. Also, I'm wondering when exactly did Yojimbo become known to Final Fantasy? Is it Final Fantasy X? The Subaru securing airport is to go, but was say to engage discuss with swords once more. But we've never fought. Victory will be mine this day. Huh. Okay. What will your attacks be? Also, I realize you're 70. I shouldn't have done that. No, it's fine. Okay, I actually need to pay attention to the rotation of my skills now. Okay, what will you do? It is Gilgamesh time. Oh my god, it is Gilgamesh. What the hell? Wait. Wait, is your Jimbo Gilgamesh? What's happening? Is that the lore behind Jimbo? I mean, I saw Gilgamesh in the trailer. What is happening? I think I might have to... Okay, interesting. That is a donut. Let's do Aurora. I'm supposed to stack with people, but I don't have anyone. I'm mini shit. I don't believe my defenses are lowered on mini. Okay, let's move out of these. Oh, but then I'm gonna be tiny again. Okay. Slowly but surely I'll be able to get through this fight. This is the donut, right? I can't use a skill right now. So I'm mini. I want to save my cooldowns when I do return. There we go. Let's do this. I need to... Let's burst. No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Oh, detarget it. I'm gonna pop some of my defensives. Right, it's two of you. I wonder if I have to kill both of you at the same time. Oh no, you do have a lot of HP. Okay, donut. I might actually have to do this with other people. We will see. No, not again. AoE into donut, right? No. I should have saved my ammo. No, it's fine actually. I will get one of them pretty low and then move on to the other. That's Aurora. Start targeting the one now. Yeah, I should be able to tank it. What? Oh. Okay, I definitely cannot do it by myself. I did not look at the bar. Oh. Never mind, yeah, I can do it. I'm tanky enough to do it. Oh, never mind. Okay, so I actually need a group for this. I guess we're gonna queue up. Huh. Is there one party doing it? No. Okay, well. Let's... Oh, she's trying to join it. Okay, interesting. There's a few people trying to do it, so... I wonder if I should go as a tank or... not. You know, I guess I'll go to my farm while we wait for this trial. I do wish I was able to queue up with a tank as well as DPS. Because there might be a time where we're waiting for a tank slot and I'm going to have to quit the queue to go back into tank. And vice versa if it's the other way around. Yeah, for now, I guess we do Island Sanctuary until that pops up. Fortunately, I can't do it by myself because there is a DPS check, which I did not realize. 222. Pretty damn good actually for the first match. This is not done yet. 10 PM. So in 7 hours time that should be done. These take 2 days and these, I'm not sure how long the animals take. But I did get the produce. I am missing one. I'm missing one actually because I saw a rare animal and I tried to catch it but it didn't. I don't know what is up with the catching system, but the RNG is so bad. There's a rare animal, you want to catch it, right? But it's all really down to RNG whether you actually catch or not, which sucks honestly. Nope. Nope, it's too many. Let's just catch a sheep. I could catch a monkey, but I like sheeps. No ornery lamb. Alright, there we go. Last lamb. It's There's no black sheep, is there? No ornery caracal. Yeah. Let's go back and have the automated pasture set up. Also, yeah, I do know they are not named yet. Which one? This one? Yes, for the second one, I know there's 3 different types of foods, but considering my setup, I'm not able to get them the premium food. And I know giving them full happiness allows you a better chance of getting two leavings instead of 1. But I do not have the crop produce, and also I don't think it's efficient to have premium food for the leavings, because a single crop, so it costs 4 crops to make 1 premium food. That is essentially 20 sea calories, and the leavings are, I think, something like 12. Now, I don't know how much you have to feed the animals. It might be twice a day. If it's twice a day, then you are not getting a payout. You are not getting profit, so that's why I'm not feeding them premium food. And yeah, the crops that I'm currently have is for pumpkin and parsnips. And that is pretty much all I have set up. I am so lazy and I cannot care about planning with the this, because from what I read, it's extremely volatile. This is not a prediction of what is happening in the next season. It's a prediction of what is happening right now. So yeah, all I care to make everything as easy as I can, as much automated as I can. Parsnip and pumpkin, because they can be grown and they are automated. And the only thing I need to gather is I've got a bunch of artwork. The only thing I need to gather is sap and the seeds, but the seeds aren't much to gather. Damn, I wonder how long this will take. I wonder if there is no party. I should probably make a party, actually recruit. I think there was one party. But it seems like they're already gone. Let's just do it as a trial, right? Kagani Ohashi. This is the unsync, right? I believe. Yeah, okay. I mean, as I presume they're all going to be level 90, right? But I do believe this will eventually fill up if people are queuing in to do the trial. I don't know whether this will stop this queue. I should... maybe I should queue up as a tank or so. Let's make this fire then. I think it saves. Okay, so I do have to wait. I don't know if I... let's just wait. Also, I don't actually even know how this works. This is my first time actually making a party. You might need, I don't know, 2 people? So at least 3 maybe. I don't know on what the scaling is per se. Also, I do wonder how far this will expand. I've yet to do this, guys, so I suspect it will be here. Maybe the next area might be here. That being said, I don't know what unlocks you. Is it the next level? Yeah, it must be the next level. Yeah, the next level. Someone has joined. Should probably move this. Oh, also 2 people joined. Right, 2 tanks. Looks like he changed classes. We might need a healer. I'm not sure if you're able to survive. I don't know if we should go now. It does seem like they... well, at least one guy wants to go. Okay, let's go. There we go. Alright, let's put on Tank Stance. Let's put him away. So I have seen some of his mechanics with one person. I don't know what it looks like with other people because they might have different markers as well. That's a Giri. Is that a tank buster? Yeah, it does seem to be a tank buster. Okay, cool. Now he should. No, I think he splits later on. Hey, Goober. Again, I really didn't expect you to be Gilgamesh. Are you actually Gilgamesh? Even in Final Fantasy X. Right, that is a light spread. And then donuts. Ooh. These guys are doing a lot more damage than I did solo. I yield. I throw myself upon your boundless mercy and forgiveness. Please. Hey, Gilga. Yeah, big thank you to the guys who joined. Yeah, most definitely not looking at the stream, but thank you to the guys. Did I get something as well? Oh, got a body. Gilgamesh is your Jimbo. Question mark? Is that? Maybe I'll do a little bit of research on your Jimbo. After. Yeah, big thanks to Yossi, Noha, Seiya, Shirogane, and Hawk. Hawk Hunter. Right, back to Kugane. I think those guys had already done Gilgamesh. It's nice to see that the community is very helpful. Especially for first timers in duties. But also they might have been trying to do it. Alright, I have to teleport. So let's go back to Black Mage. And I did realize that during this 6.2 raid tier, the craft gear is same eye level as the raid tier. However, the savage tier is 630, same as the augmented version of the current homestone. So, I won't necessarily be farming too hard for gear on the other classes. I'll just probably just buy the crafted gear for the other classes that I might be playing. So probably just for Gunbreaker and Monk, maybe. Yeah, enough about Hildibrand. Oh, but one note. This is my first time doing an expansion and a patch notes, because I did start around when Asmongold started the Final Fantasy boom. But yeah, we meet again, Hildy. Greg, I say you are a sight for sore eyes. However did you come to be here in Kugane, in the Far East for that matter? Well, you see, the thing is about that. He's gonna put on Yojimbo. Oh, never mind. Right, it's just telling us his story then. I say, to think that Greg was masquerading as Jim this entire time. So he wasn't the real Jim. I just stopped saying Jim. Hildibrand is rubbing off on me. Masquerading as Yojimbo, so there is the real Yojimbo somewhere. It's just that Gilgamesh was playing Masquerade. Indeed, I was. After Delia bested me a second time, I quit Eosia and embarked on a journey to distant lands that I might hone my skills in preparation for our inevitable third bout. But when I saw you had misread my carefully written words and come in her stead, I felt I had no choice but to remove you from the field forcibly. Pray forgive me for my unkindness, Hildy. Why are you bowing your head so long? No, Greg, there's no need for apologies between friends. Yet again, I must ask you though, how did you come here in Kugani as a ronin of much repute and remarkably thin waist? Yeah, exactly. I was wondering because his body stature is so much larger. I know it seems far-fetched, even insulting to your intelligence, but there's a simple and highly satisfying explanation. Okay. In my quest to hone my skills and procure more powerful weapons overseas, I neglected to budget properly for food and drink, and soon found myself bereft of both. No way, so you are actually Yojimbo. Interesting. How did you turn big again? The hell? What's happening? I'm so confused. Driven to a deadly hunger, I fell to my knees, and in that instant, looked to my bosom friend. The painted rooster. Oh, are you serious? You ate the chicken. I don't like you anymore, Gilgamesh. The painted rooster that had offered me my companionship in my darkest hour. When dawn broke the following day, I was alone once more, a sliver of strength restored by a terrible sacrifice of my comrade. His body and soul I would carry with me forever after. Poor chicken. But by his grace I survived for days and days after, until I chanced to cross paths with a stray dog. He too was clearly a victim of slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune. In each other we found kindred spirits, we orphans of fate. Thus did I name him Daigoro, and thereafter did we travel as one, working together that we might both live to see another day. Is this... I guess in Final Fantasy 14 Yojimbo lore? When we at last arrived at Kugane, I sought employment as a mercenary to rebuild my misspent savings and resume my search for the strongest of swords. It was through such ventures that I acquired Zanmato, in fact. Oh, and began to build my reputation as Yojimbo. Actually, a legendary Ronin must dress to meet the expectations of his clients, and so I assembled an outfit that would satisfy those who requested my assistance. Yet, Yojimbo does look extremely cool. It was around that time I first saw Delia walking the streets of Kugane, much to my surprise. Needless to say, the sight of the woman who bested me twice before was enough to rekindle the competitive spirit within me. So when I heard tale of the Soborosuke hero, I knew I must claim it in preparation for our battle. The rest, you know. Truly a riveting tale. And tragic besides, although I fought with all my strength, yet again I was defeated by the great and powerful Warrior of Light. And as I said to you on bridge, no more tricks. I've taken my shot and fallen short, so I will cease my shenanigans and instead pledge my complete support to your endeavors, that I might make amends for your misdeeds, for my misdeeds. And we should be glad to have it, Greg. Welcome aboard. Oh my god, is he actually one of us now? Cool. Let us return to Nashu and share with her the wonderful news. I would have never thought in a million years Gilgamesh would be our friend. You too, Greg. You're a full-fledged assistant now. Full-fledged assistant. What is happening? Gilgamesh, are you going to be in the Shadowbringers questline as well then? I know it starts. There was no Hildibrand quest in Shadowbringers, but in Endwalker, it looked as though he found himself in Shadowbringers. Let's go to the inn. Terrible news, everyone. Whatever is the matter, Nashu? Shigure, as punishment for helping the wolf burglar escape, he's been sentenced to death by ritual suicide. What the fuck? Hello? What's wrong with these Sekisugumi? This is indeed a disturbing development, Hildy. We have no time to spare, my friends. Presuming the wolf burglar is in the wind, our only recourse is to delve deeper into the hidden past of Master Akebono and uncover the proof that the sword he claims was stolen was first stole by himself. Divide and conquer, Agents of Inquiry style. Yeah, kind of a dick move from the wolf guy. I know they are saying that the wolf isn't entirely lying, but he's a fucking prick for having just deserted us and leaving Shigure to die. So, do I fully believe him? No. Do I hate him? Yes. He's a lying sack of shit. How did Akebono earn his fortune, you say? Akebono, by peddling a variety of medicinal wares for all manner of purposes. From what I heard, they were all remarkably effective and popular. He still enjoys a reputation as a premier source of alchemical goods. With that, I had the coin to afford such luxurious potions and potables. His clientele spends in a visit what I earn in a month. What damn. He's one of those pharmacy people, is he? Oh god, the worst kind of people, actually. The worst kind of people. Type of people who seek to gain fortune through people's sickness. I should be glad to speak of Master Akebono to you, albeit solely with regards to his character and as a businessman. Likely all who have risen to mercantile prominence, he has been at the center of rumor and intrigue. For every man who sings his praises, there is another who would curse his name. None will deny the efficacy of his medicines, which is to be expected, given that he utilizes the finest ingredients from that birthplace of alchemy. Razzatan, oh, I see. His satisfied customers are beyond counting. On the other hand, none can deny the exorbitant profits he has reaped by tightly controlling the supply of hellish ingredients. Yeah, as typical as pharmaceutical companies. Absent competition, he is free to dictate the prices as he sees fit. Absolute scum. Unfortunately, this had led to many in desperate of need of his miraculous medicines to spend their entire life savings or seek assistance from disreputable moneylenders. As would happen in real life as well. His practices are ultimately wholly within the confines of law. Unfortunately, true. So again, as a businessman, he is led to be lauded for his success, but I will say nothing on his morals or ethics or lack thereof. Makes me sad when I know this is also a problem that happens in reality as well. Have you tantalizing tidbits of information to share, my good woman? Out with it. A man who preys on his second needy for personal gain, is he? As expected, there's far more to Master Kimono then meets the eye. Inspector, we've got to hurry. Shigure's execution is going to be carried out any moment now if we don't do something. What? Already? And there I was hoping we might first conduct a thorough investigation and uncover information in which we might convince them to set the poor man free. But absent that, there are many roads which leads to ends. If we must take a shortcut to avert the grave miscarriage of justice, then so be it. Right, let's go save him. Sentenced to death because he let someone else out. Interesting. Though I suppose his punishment is the same as the guy he let out, because the guy he let out stole the very sacred sword. So I guess the punishment transfers to him. Honored brothers, I will not beg your forgiveness, only pray that this humble offering of my life, that I might absolve the second Tsugumi of the shame I have brought upon it through my misdeeds. Hildy, how did you do that? Hold on, Hildy. But also, what happened to the guy then? What's the meaning of this? That man is an imposter. Seize him at once. Yeah. Hold on. And I guess we will go in and help Shigure. Yeah, catch him if you can. He's the son of Godbert and Julian. An absolute beast. Shigure, now's your chance to escape. Please don't tell me you're gonna do the thing where you say, no, I must say, oh god damn it, I knew it. Oh, do no such thing. I may have lost what little honor was mine in life, but at least I can reclaim it in death. Your honor is yet yours, samurai. Who speaks like that? Oh. The wolf is back. You need not cut your belly open this day, Shigure, for you have the Soboro Sukehiro and the infamous wolf burglar besides. But why? We had a deal, remember? Temporarily release, and I'm the wolf of my word. Are you not going to die? Hi, this is indeed the Soboro Sukehiro. Well, very well. Escort a wolf burglar back to his cell and send a runner to Master Akebono's estate at once. He is still gonna die, right? Don't give us the triumphant music. The wolf guy's not out. Are we supposed to save him? We are far from finished, Shigure. The wolf burglar may be in custody once more, but you must still answer for your reckless actions. Did the wolf just not say, you stupid idiot? Therefore, after further deliberation, I have decided that you'll conduct a formal investigation into the rumors surrounding Master Akebono and... Good. Interesting. Good. Now we can out Master Akebono. That will not be necessary indeed. With the return of the wolf burglar, I believe we can consider this tiresome affair resolved. Oh? Oh, his friend, Master Kumode. Wait, I know you, Master Akebono's guest, the one the gecko threw into the wall. Oh, surely you must have been mistaken. I have no recollection of such an event, or of you for that matter. Anyway, as I said before, I believe there's no need for any further investigation. Should you deem otherwise, you are free to proceed. However, such a wasteful expenditures may force us to reconsider the resources we allocated you and yours next year. Rest assured, Master Kimori, that we value your cause deeply and should be glad to defer your judgment. Paid by money, are we? Shigure, the Master of Saburo Tsukihiro, and Master Akebono is now officially closed. That will be all. Yes, that will be all. What is up with your eyes there, buddy? Wonder where the story will go now. Verily, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Schroeder, have once more done the impossible and saved a man from certain death. You actually have, Hildibrand. A shame that the others seemed so eager to wash their hands of the affair. Not Shigure, though. I understand he still has questions for the wolf burglar. What ho, Shigure? Over here. Oh. Right. I was a little bit confused about your hair, but you had it tied back, didn't you? Also, I don't know why you're blonde. You used to have black hair. My friends, I cannot thank you enough. If you not arrived when you had, I would not be standing before you now. You will forgive me for dispensing with further expressions of gratitude, for I have just returned from the jail where I spoke with the wolf burglar. Okay, cool. You shared with me some rather troubling information. Do not keep us in suspense, my good man. What is it? Not long after we delivered the wolf burglar into custody of the Sekisugumi, Master Akebono stormed into the jail and began berating the turnkey. Demanding that they return the stolen contents of his safe. You may recall that we spoke with Master Akebono concerning this shortly after we first met. Yeah, we did. He was rather secretive regarding said contents at that time, but the wolf burglar said it was unmarked. Satchel filled with white powder. Cocaine? Given Master Akebono's reputation as a purveyor of medicines, our chivalrous thief resolved to steal it for the benefit of the poor and needy, as is his wont. However, since there was nothing to identify what manner of medicine it was, the wolf burglar decided to hold onto it for safekeeping. Mainly, however, it was not ordinary medicine, or why else would Master Akebono clamour for it so? What that, right? My keen inspector senses tingling. Where is this satchel now? In possession of the men and women of the waterways, they will not admit this, however, unless we give them proper password, as above, so below. Okay, cool. Understood. Let us hasten to their den of iniquity. Alright, back to these guys. And then we have to tell them password. As above, so below. As above, so below. She's still squatting over, see? I knew you lot turn up sooner or later. Didn't expect you'd be bringing along another unfamiliar face, though. Gilgamesh? No matter, I like the cut of his jib. So what are you after this time? A certain satchel containing a certain white powder which belonged to a certain merchant. The wolf burglar told me you have it. If he did, then he'd have told you about the magic words too. Yep. Oh yes, of course they are. Oh my god, Hildibrand. Soar high above and never go low. Close enough, I guess. What? Hami, take me. No, this is no time for funny games, Inspector. Yeah, I remembered it. I had a feeling I had to remember it. Aye, that's it. Nothing personal, but we've got to be careful. Okay, so we have the satchel now. What is in it? Damned if I know what it is, but my gut tells me it's nothing no honest man would keep in this locked safe. That said, a suspicious powder is far from incontrovertible proof of criminal misdeeds. We need to first determine what it is. Any ideas how we might do so? Any alchemists? Seek the assistance of Hannish alchemists or someone versed in their alchemical traditions. Perhaps someone at the Fafnirian consulate. Okay. Brilliant minds think alike. I too reached that conclusion, but a moment ago. Sure you did, Hildibrand. You the Fafnirian consulate, my friends. Yeah, you can't simply go and bang on against a foreign consulate and expect to. Never mind. Shrug. Alright, off to the consulate. I don't believe we've ever spoken to the Fafnirian consulate, have we? I think the only thing we've done, at least in Snowblood, was go back to R1. Huh. There's a guardian consulate. Which we have. I don't think we have also gone into guardian. They don't look Fafnirian. Neither are you necessarily wearing clothes. If anything, these clothes look Ishgardian. Interesting. I don't think they had the conception of Ras Atan yet, so let's see. I'm a little bit curious. It was all rather sudden, I realized, but to reiterate, it is of utmost importance that we speak with your superiors. To reiterate, have you lot an appointment or not? Not as such, no. Then my hands are tied. There are procedures, samurai, and much paperwork. No exceptions can be made. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but this is a matter of public safety and welfare. Surely an exception can be made. But ho, young Mandeville man. Someone recognizes Hildibrand. Oh, it's that. Also, who's that guy to your left? Yeah, if you didn't realize, Hildibrand is the father of a very, very powerful man. hence the name Godbert. What brings you to the far side of the world? A complex series of events too exhausting to detail of greater importance is what brings us to the concert. You see, we must needs enlist the assistance of Hannish alchemists, or one with an encyclopedic knowledge of Hannish regions. And might that be you? How fortunate then that we should chance to meet. I am a representative of the Sajatra concern of Razatan. Should you know not the name, we trade in all manner of alchemical goods. If your country requires the expertise of one versed in such wares, pray permit you to assist you indeed to aid the son of Lord Godbert Mandeville. His comrades would be in honor most great. Cool. That is most generous of you. Far be it from us to refuse. That's a change of venue. Change of venue is in order. Say, let us not impose upon these hard-working keepers of the peace any longer. Okay, so what is the white powder? This powder is most fascinating. An ingredient of Hannish origin, this is true, but not one intended for medicinal properties. Oh, dangerous purposes rather. For this reason, its sale is forbidden. In the hands of a master alchemist, it could be used to create a dew prism, which is... Sorry, dew prism? A most powerful drug, a mere thimble is enough to befuddle the senses and render even the most strong-willed subject susceptible to any and all commands. Oh. You may be assured this is not an exaggeration. Resistance is, most regrettably, quite futile. Undetectable it is, save for the occasional glimmer in the eyes. A changing of color, fleeting and impossible. That was happening to that guy's eyes. And it turned red. Nadakami, I've seen such a glimmer before. Oh, are you quite sure it's not a trick of the light? Well, I'll deduce, my faithful assistant and undying fan. I should about to point to the same conclusion. Where are you, Hildy? Where are you? Well, if what you say is true, then the most terrible crime has been committed. Evidence must be gathered and those responsible must be punished. It all makes sense now. Why else would the chief coin counter of the second Sugimi press so strongly to end an investigation into a modest merchant? Because he drugged him during their meeting. At last we have motive. Means an opportunity. Come, let us put an end to this once and for all. Okay. I'm not sure how we will gather evidence necessarily, other than the powder being confirmed that it was mind control. We'll see. Wonderful it is to see Hildy's infectious enthusiasm. How wonderful it is to see Hildy's infectious enthusiasm inspire others to rise to the occasion once more. Well then, do not let me detain you. Where are we going next? Kabano, we call on you to come forth and answer for your dastardly deeds. Doesn't seem like anybody's home, does it? Wherever could he possibly be? Huh? But that's impossible. Okay. Huh, thought you seen the last of me, did you? As if I'd content myself with sitting in a jail I could escape on a whim while a lot of you bungle your chance to bring my nemesis to justice. And escaping on someone else's watch, no one can pin the blame on you this time, eh? Wouldn't want a repeat before. Don't tell me this was your plan all along, to secure my freedom so we could expose Akebono's crimes together. And reclaim Soroboro Sukehiro into the bargain. Aye, this is no small undertaking, and I need all your help I can get. Now that we're all here on the same page, let's be on our way. The boss is bound for the Isle Becco, off to meet with his silent partner, I'm told. Capital, if we hurry perhaps we can beat Akebono to the punch. He may be in it, but he's got a right idea. No time to waste. Very well. If that is the way the winds are blowing, let no one say I don't also blow. What? What? Such a weird way to say that. I mean, I know what he meant, but that's such a weird way to say that. This is the place, I'm sure of it. All we have to do is wait. Father? Arakami, could it be that Inspector's father is in league with Akebono? I'll be daft. Look closer. As always, your discretion in these matters is greatly appreciated. As is yours, Master Akebono, but to the matter at hand, did you presume it has served you well? And met your expectations, I trust. Exceeded them, I should say. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that a drug could be so powerful, so effective. Tasteless, odorless, colorless, the chief point counter had no idea his drink had been compromised. He has already proven to be the most useful tool in manipulating the Sekizugumi, more than worth the regular upkeep to keep him in my thrall. Now that the Saburo Sukehiro is back where it belongs, I can set my sights on much bigger prizes. The Buggyosho, perhaps Magistrate Akebono? Ha! Why not? All Kugane is mine for the taking. You are more right than you know, Master Akebono, for I come bearing a gift courtesy of Mandeville, and Mandeville, a most illustrious Eosian consortium of which you have doubtless heard. Their resources are considerable and their influence extends far beyond the borders of Aldenard, but all their wealth pales in comparison to what I present to you now. Okay, As we discussed, Lord Godbert, will you serve Master Akebono faithfully and without question, will you not? Oh no. Use the dragon, Godbert. But of course. Wow, it even works on Godbert. Holy shit, this drug is way too powerful. Calm me for friend, he's under the influence of Juprism. Hildibrand sad. Don't worry, you can save him, Hildy. But also, it could be that your dad's just acting. Wait, you fool, now it's not the time. Father, it is I, your beloved son, Hildibrand. Hearken to me, these men are villains, you are being deceived. The spectre arrives as I knew you would. Doubtless your friends are cowering in hiding just as well. In one fell swoop we shall bring an end to this farce. Shut up. I shall call upon Eosius, most fearsome of goldsmiths. Oh no. How are we gonna beat Godbert? I call upon the hammer. Go forth and lay waste to these interlopers. So I was gonna call him Scuffed Thancred. Godbert, don't do it. It's your son. Don't do it. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, we gotta run. You could destroy the whole planet. Oh, you're dead, aren't you? We're all dead. Including me. Oh my god. No, why are you only targeting those three? Sorry guys, you took all the hits, did you? Oh, interesting. Is there gonna be a trial for Godbert? That'd be really funny. Magnificent, finish him. Finish everyone. Shut up, you stupid moustache man. You said finish everyone. I think that includes you. Yes, do it, Godbert. Uh-oh. Did he give a bad order? Is he absolutely going to destroy everyone on the planet? It falls to you, Hildibrand, Hildur, Maximilian Mandeville. You can do it, Hildy. I believe in you. If you can somehow surpass your dad. Which I highly doubt. Oh, well, he seems to be able to do it, which is good. Forgive me, father, but you know not what you do. Oh, LB. Well done, Hildy. You're a Mandeville. I guess the memories of smashing him will snap him out. Showing all the scenes where you absolutely destroyed him. I don't know if these are quite the memories I had in mind. Yeah. I don't remember some of these scenes. Oh, maybe they put in a few new scenes. Oh, that's nice. When they were younger. Is he gonna wake up? Oh, I knew he was going to turn around and do it. Abort, father, abort, spear. Your reverse Mandeville. Oh, wow. This is... I think that's the biggest one we've seen, right? We've never seen like a meteor dive. How you doing, Godbert? Seems like you're back to normal. We've never seen your eyes before. Interesting. Ew, I'm spent. What happened here? Godbert, you killed everyone. That's what happened. Well, this is all very embarrassing indeed. 1,000 pardons to you all for my rather excessive display of martial prowess. No problem, Godbert. You didn't hit me. Oh, and it should go without saying, but the Manda and Mandeville will all be severing ties with the Jatra concern. What of the sword? I guess the Wolfie's gonna take it. Oh, is he gonna give it to him? Rejoice, my friend, for we have proclaimed the Saburo Sukehiro. So how fortunate that that dastardly Akebono would be so loath to set it aside that he would rather bring it with him to a secret rendezvous. A final favor, if you indulge me, lay it at my father's grave. Okay. Why are you making Hildy do it? Right then, I suppose you'll be wanting to get me back to the jail. Regardless of the reasons, a crime is a crime, and mine are many. And an upstanding Sekisugumi like yourself must adhere to the code, no? Indeed I must, which is why it will be with much regret that I inform any superiors that I have seen neither Hyde nor have the notorious wolf burglar. Huh? You sure about this? Oh, if you ask me again, go to your father. Okay, yeah, he can do it himself now. Shigure has the right of it. You should be the one to bring your father's spirit the comfort and closure it deserves. Wait, but how does Hildy get to Shadowbringers? Like, usually he gets like mega smacked into the next dimension. But who's gonna do it this time? You're mad, each and every one of you, even a samurai. And I love you all the more for it, thank you. Who smacks Hildy into Shadowbringers? Who smacks him so hard he goes into another reflection. Held fast to a righteous creed, yet recognize when too rigid an adherence would result in greater injustice. Truly, I am privileged to have witnessed this display of nuanced nobility. With that, like the burglar, I might find a measure of peace in mourning mine own dearly departed. Oh, Inkiru, if only you knew how sorry I am. Oh. Hey, little buddy. You didn't eat him. What did you eat exactly? Inkiru? But how? Then what was it that I ate that fateful day? Oh, do you think this thing end? I think not. You have more powder? You do have more powder. Oh, God. You had green. Something green. Oh. What have you done, you little prick? Oh no. Huzzah, you belong to me now, Ronin. Now spirit me away with this from this place. Far, far, far away. Far, far, far away. Oh, is this how Hildy goes see Shadowbringers? Greg, no, cease your egress. Yeah. Beyond the rift that lies between two wondrous worlds yet unseen. This is how he gets to Shadowbringers. What the fuck? Oh. See you, Hildy. Wait, no, how dare you? I mean, this is going to get worse before it gets better. Wait for me, Inspector. Oh, now she's going along as well. Well, I will see you in Shadowbringers. Oh, there he goes, my beloved son. Not content to fly off into the sky as before, this time he elects to take his lead by vanishing into the earth. Brief though our time was tougher. Tougher together. Cannot deny how much he has grown, both as an inspector extraordinaire and a manful man besides. I say, a father could not be more proud. I have a feeling your wife will smack you around the head for letting him disappear into another reflection. And off goes Lord Godbert along with Akebono. I should thank him for that. Nothing left for us now but to follow them back to Kugane, I suppose. Are you ready? Yep. Good, then let us be off. This was a lot longer than I suspected. I thought it'd be like 3 hours long, similar length to Heaven's Sword, but this one was quite a bit longer. I wonder if the Shadowbringers, the Endwalker one, will be... Not that it has all been released yet, just the first quest. I cannot even begin to imagine where I would be, had I never crossed paths with you and your comrades. From the very bottom of my heart, I thank you for everything. The Sekisagumi has concluded that even before the chief coin counter fell under Akebono's thrall, he willingly and enthusiastically conspired with the merchant to illicit ends. Yep. And so he will be held to account. Good, he was a creep. As for Akebono and his now defunct enterprise, the Fafnirian Consulate has agreed to intercede on behalf of his countrymen to broker a more equitable arrangement between Hash suppliers and Hingan merchants. Good. All agree that another monopoly would serve no one's interest. Regardless of their motivations, if their actions put more medicine in the hands of the sick and needy, then I think it's safe to call it a change for the better, don't you think? Best part of it, if you ask me, in light of Akebono's crimes, all debts owed by him by those forced to pay his exorbitant prices are to be wiped clean. Cool. There was a time when I might not have thought as much. Good and evil, the innocent and criminal, it all seems so simple in the abstract, but out here in the real world, life is anything but. You and Inspector helped me to understand how naive I was. You taught me to look beyond appearance and hearsay, and not to be too quick to judge a man for his misdeeds. If I am worthy of Sekisagumi, it is because of you and him. Speaking of which, what exactly did you come of, Inspector Hildibrand? Do you think we ought to do something? Conduct a search, or... We will see him later. Oh, so this is a regular occurrence, is it? Fair enough. We are certain that he will turn up eventually, none the worse for wear. And I shall take your word for it and strike all worry from my mind. Should that fateful day ever come that you and he are reunited once more, I but ask you that you give him my best regards. I would say for the same for the wolf burglar. I wonder what he's doing now. I don't think he's keeping watch for the next Akebono. He's definitely paying respects to his father and then living his life as he wants to do. What becomes of a man after death, I do not know, but I should like to believe that his father rests more easily this day. Shigure, this is no time to dawdle. Your duties are far from finished. Yes, forgive me, right away. Alright, he's off to be a Sekisugumi. I must take my leave, but whenever you are passing through Kugane, I pray you do not hesitate to call on me here at the barracks. Alright, cool. Oh, that's a dance that we saw. Cool. I did like that dance. I see in action. Okay. Is that the wolf? Yeah, it is. It's fourth wall breaking there. Oh, the cards. And now she's painting a dwarf. Oh, everyone's dancing, are they? The Mandeville Mambo. Hildibrand will return? Question mark? He does return. I think they might have skipped the story in Shadowbringers because they might have been tight on time. Right? I believe they were, especially with the story. I think. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there for Shadowbringers launch inspection. That might be the reason why Hildibrand wasn't in Shadowbringers, but he is back in Endwalker. Yeah, that is Hildibrand Stormblood. The next one is just a single quest, right? From Endwalker, and I believe it starts at Rezat Pawn. But I believe I'll do that when the 6.25 update drops for the relic ones. So yeah, when that drops I will do that. But yeah, that's it for Mandeville for now. Thank you to anyone who's watching. I don't think there is, but there is. Thank you. And this was the story wasn't too interesting, right? Not to say it was bad, it was just very... Well, there were a few loops, especially with Yojimbo and Gilgamesh. I did not expect that. It made me a lot more curious as to what the lore of Gilgamesh and Yojimbo is. I do know Gilgamesh is someone from a previous Final Fantasy, and I do know, at least as far as I know, Yojimbo is a summon in Final Fantasy X, but I don't know the actual lore behind Yojimbo, so I guess after I end the stream, I will look into the lore of Gilgamesh and Yojimbo. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the next time I do Mandra, it will be 6.25. Don't know when it drops. Yeah. Thank you. I'll see you guys later.